iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium, a theatre of dreams, a cauldron of epic battles and miraculous comebacks. On this magical home turf, the Warriors will need to pull off something special. Only a thumping win against the table toppers will ensure a playoff spot. This season, Desert Vipers have been riding on Khuzaima Tanveer and Sam Curran's brilliance to emerge as one of the hot title contenders. DP World ILT20 Season 4 has thrown us plenty of surprises and stunning results. It's time now to unwrap the Boxing Day matchup. Hello and welcome to the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. It's the table toppers, Desert Vipers, who secured a playoff spot, taking on the Sharjah Warriors in their home ground, who are still breathing in this tournament. Well, a quick look at the points table. It is number 1 taking on number 6, but there's only one spot that remains in the playoff. You still have a couple of teams in contention and it ain't done yet. This is a large league stage match for these two teams, so I guess there's plenty more to cover. Well, Desert Vipers firing on all cylinders. In fact, they've got some luck on the toss. They won 6 tosses. On the other side, Sharjah Warriors need something clicking. Is it coming tonight? We'll find out. It's toss time.
Yes, season's greetings to all, and great to be back here at this iconic cricket ground. We are down to business again in this 4th season of the DP World ILT20, and a very, very important game up for grabs here. The last game of the league stage for these two teams, extravaganza leading the Sharjah Warriors, and of course the Desert Vipers led by Sam Curran. Today, Roshan Mahanama is the match referee, and Miss Drishti Sharma is the toss rep who will pass the coin over.
Heads. Heads is the call. And it is a head. It is heads. We'll go first.
Desert Vipers, led by Sam Curran, have won the toss. Sam, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a ball first. I think, obviously, it looks a really good pitch and smallish ground. We think it's quite a tough defending ground, so we've done it well all season, so fingers crossed we can do it once more tonight.
You've already guaranteed qualification in the top 2. How do you approach tonight's game, and what is important?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic season for us so far. I think we've played really well. We've had a couple of injuries with Lockie and Hetty, so a couple of changes there. I think tonight's a really important game for us. I know, and we all know, T20 is a huge momentum game, so we want to have that momentum going into our game and the next time we play. But we're in a good space, and hopefully put a good performance in.
You personally have a 100% record leading this season. How enthused are you about leading this team further on?
Yeah, it's obviously I've really enjoyed it, but I guess it's sad news that Lockie got injured and I've had to take over. He was such a key player for us, so yeah, I've enjoyed the responsibility, and fingers crossed we can make it another win tonight.
So who is in for those two names?
From memory, so Gausi comes back from injury tonight. He's obviously missed 3-4 games for us, the calf injury, and then we got the 4 seamers and the 2 spins, so that's how we're balancing.
Go well.
Cheers. Cheers, mate.
Sikandar, good to have you back standing up here, and your approach towards setting a total could be important tonight. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, certainly it's not a bad shout because wickets have been slightly tricky, and the last game we won at Sharjah was certainly batting first. So we got good memories of setting up a total and defending it. From the last game we played it looked like the wicket got slightly tougher. Hopefully the dew doesn't play a part. It's not a bad toss to lose.
You know the permutations. You need a win, obviously, with other permutations. How does that impact the approach first up with the bat?
Yeah, certainly. I quite like this do and die games because everything is right in front of you. So there's not much to be said. There's not much to be thought of. The only thing we have discussed is that, first of all, we need a win. And then depending on whether we bowl first or we bat first, we've got the numbers in our head roughly what we need to win by. But it doesn't change the fact that we have to win. And other permutations, as you said, can only come into play if we win today. So while setting a total, it looks like the scores from last year has been slightly on the lower side. So if we can adjust to that and give ourselves the best chance to take the game on in the last few overs, I think it will hold us in great stead.
What's the situation with Tim, and are there any other changes?
Certainly the management has decided that today the team that we picked is probably the best team to give us a chance, and for that, unfortunately, Unfortunately, Tim misses out and Garava comes to the side, his first game of the tournament. Apart from that, we've got a couple of changes looking at the impact, but I guess we'll discuss that as the game goes along.
Thank you very much for your time, and all the best to you in this important game.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And just a reminder of what has happened here at the toss. The Desert Vipers have won it, and they will be bowling first. You just take a walk this way, because as important as that decision there by Sam Curran is this playing surface here. So I'm going to just hand you over now to our pitch expert, Darren Ganga.
Thank you very much, Bish. And matches this season at this venue, they've been quite interesting. 4 previous matches, 3 won by teams batting first. And I say interesting because Sam Curran mentioned it. It's a relatively small ground. If you look at what the boundary sizes are for this pitch number 6, many of those sizes sub 60 meters in distance. So it's very easy for batters to score boundaries here. And if we compare this venue across the 3 venues being used, of course, it's the highest percentage of runs scored for batters in boundaries, just about 60%. That's why a lot of the teams winning the toss here, they're up to chase, because it's so difficult to defend scores here. Now, when you look at this pitch number 6, it is bare, bereft of grass. It's got a little sheen on it. So that tells me that there will be little or no lateral movement. However, it's quite cool, so that new ball will swing a bit. Sikandar Raza did mention that there might be a dew factor, which may implicate and affect him later on when he bowls second. But all in all, expect runs, expect boundaries. If you're a batter, you're licking your lips on this surface, because in my estimation, bat will dominate ball. So everything to play for. You can win batting first, you can win defending. We've seen it this season. It should prove to be a very, very exciting game tonight.
Well, thank you so much, Darren, and we are looking forward to it. Hello and welcome to Cricket Safari. Here are my guests, Uruj Mumtaz, as well as Mike Haseman. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. How are you?
Well, very well, but that's an interesting decision where Sam Curran has chosen to bowl first, whereas teams batting here have had more success. What do you make of that decision?
I think he gave the explanation in his own answer in saying that it is a smaller ground, so it's always difficult defending. What Sharjah Warriors will have to do is get more than par runs, because they are up against a side who are in good form, both with bat and ball, a well-rounded side. But I think I'm happy with the decision, although Sikandar said that he didn't mind that. It's a good toss to lose in case that dew doesn't come in. So I haven't done many games here. Mikey probably has done a few more games at this venue. If the dew does come in, it just tips it in the favor of the team that is not bowling, that is bowling second, because if the ball gets wet, it just becomes difficult for the Warriors to bowl later on.
Yeah, plenty of things to keep in mind when it comes to conditions. We're just talking about the approach that Sharjah Warriors will take on tonight. We heard Sikandar Raza talk about he's got the numbers in his head, because a win tonight doesn't guarantee them a spot. They've got to win by a margin, and plenty of permutations, combinations comes in.
Yeah, that's going to come clear as we get on. I mean, but the bottom line is I expect they're going to have to win by around about 2 or 3 overs, basically, because it's a situation where they're going to have to play really well and make sure they get going right at the start. What's going to fascinate me as well is the fact that, I mean, this is a very good bowling lineup for the Vipers against a batting side which hasn't been particularly good. So I'm seeing it as a good bowling lineup against a batting lineup which has struggled so far. And there's no doubt the Vipers have been the best bowling lineup in the tournament so far. But it is going to be the Warriors who've got to do all the running. That's for sure. Pressure's on them to make it work.
There's pressure on them. There's solid pressure on the batters, is because their batting mainstay, where you've got a TKC, a Johnson Charles, you've got James Drew, you've got Sikandar Raza, all of their strike rate below 130. What do?
Oh, they need to just turn it around. Darren Ganga said if you're a batter, you're licking your lips. So if this is the time to do it in a must-win game, do-or-die situation, first things first, get runs on the board. Permutations, like Sikandar also said, will come into once they've done the first half correct, and they'll know how that plays out. But TKC, for me, has been the one that hasn't really fired a strike rate of less than 100. His strike rate is even below 110. So Johnson Charles, in that tricky surface a couple of days ago in Dubai, we saw him just rein it back in completely. This surface might suit him, but you need big runs up the order. Sikandar Raza has played a few cameos here and there. James Drew showed what he's made of in terms of glimpses, but they all need to string one big partnership together up the top, through the middle, and they need to keep up with the rate. I reckon they will need to get big runs against a side that comes hard at them, and it won't be easy, like Mikey said, touched on it, with the bowling of the Vipers, which is very, very strong, and it's got plenty of combinations in terms of variations as well.
If I can just correct something I just said, sorry, 20 to 30 runs is what I meant to say, not the wicket side of things. So they've got to hit the ground running. I mean, that's the bottom line for the Warriors.
But true. But you mentioned TKC. He's got a below par strike rate in this particular season. He's been good in the previous seasons, but his strike rate goes even below against spin. So here you've got Andy Flower giving us a masterclass onto how do we counter spin.
About to unravel match 28, Vipers v Warriors, and I'm standing out in the middle at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, and of course it takes me down memory lane. I'm here to really talk a little bit about sweeping the ball and what it entails, because it's a very important part of the game, and batters try to develop the right proficiencies so that they can score runs fluently in T20 cricket. Now, to tell me a little bit about that aspect of the game and that shot in particular, Andy Flower, former Zimbabwean captain and international player, a master in sweeping the ball and reverse sweeping the ball. A little bit ahead of your time, Andy. Let's start first with the fundamentals of this stroke.
Okay, sure. So the first thing I'd say is you can sweep almost any ball from a spinner, okay? But some of the fundamentals that you want to employ are, and I'm going to show you. Firstly, you want to get down nice and low so that your eyes are close to the ball. You also want to get your eyes close to the line of the ball. So if that's the ball, you don't want your eyes out here. So you want to get down nice and low, and you want your front foot to open up so that it's pointing at the ball. That's a nice little checkpoint for you.
Right.
From that position, with your eyes nice and close to the ball, you can start choosing where you want to hit it and how hard you want to hit it, or whether you want it to go aerial or along the ground.
Any other don'ts?
Oh, there's definitely a couple of don'ts. So you don't want to get too far inside the ball, because now your eyes are here and the ball's there. Your chance of missing it go up. You also don't want to be too high, because again, your eyes are too far from the low area that you want to be sweeping from. So I think if you avoiding those two really common mistakes, you're doing well.
And then you mightn't want to overstride as well. Now, I'm going to place two additional balls. This is the ball that is wicket to wicket line. This one is outside the off stump for you as a lefty. This one is down the leg side. Talk to me a little bit about your thought process with these three different options.
Well, the first thing I'd say is I wouldn't be afraid of sweeping the straight ball, because my objective is to hit it in the middle of the bat and not miss it. Some people might be afraid of it because of the greater chance of LBW. That wouldn't worry me.
Okay.
Okay, so, but these three different lines, if the ball is missing leg stump, you want your head and your foot to go towards it, your foot opens up, and then you can choose whether you hit it hard either side of backward square leg, or even just tickle it really fine here. On fast outfields, you tickle it nicely, you get 4 runs. It's a high reward shot. On the straighter one here, you can choose to hit it square, or you can choose to hit a little straighter. And then for the slog sweep that you want to hit big for 6, this wider one is perfect for that. So you get somewhere near it, and then you can hit it anywhere from wide mid-on round to square leg in the air. And it doesn't really matter if their field is on the boundary. You're looking to hit it for 6. And if your risk reward demands it, then that's a good shot for you.
Right, quickly, what about the reverse sweep? What's critical in execution?
Well, the reverse sweep for me, so back in the day when we were reverse sweeping, I didn't turn around like some of the guys are doing it now. I just shoved my front leg again towards the line of the ball, and I turned my hands round. And the crucial thing on this shot was either deciding whether to go down on the ball and keeping it quite safe, and missing the one fielder that's at short 45, or going up and over,
right,
which gives you the 1 bounce 4.
And the aerial option. So there you go, folks, a masterclass. Maybe it's a stroke that can be used here in Sharjah tonight.
Absolute words of wisdom out there from the best Andy Flower. So much success as a coach as well as a batter.
Yeah, he was year 2000 against India. I mean, it's just extraordinary. 2 test matches, scored 540 runs, 183 not out in Delhi, 232 in Nagpur. Sunil Joshi and also Murali Kartik with the spinners, reverse and sweep all over the place. He was just sensational. Soon after that, he got 140 against South Africa in the first dig, 199 in the second dig. He had a blinder of a patch, but in India, sweeping, he was magnificent. That was a great illustration of what he can do.
Indeed is, and also a fantastic human being. Well, with that, very quickly, let me remind you, for everyone who's watching us, join our broadcast because we've got something for you. This is Visi Smart TV presents Jalwa Dikhao Inam Pao. Now, before the match begins, this is your chance to be a part of action. It is Visi Smart TV presents Jalwa Dikhao Inam Pao contest. Show your energy, show your passion, participate now and win exciting prizes only with Visi Smart TV, a smart TV that has it all? Answer those 2 questions that our commentators ask you during the match, and you get a chance to win. Well, with that, we will take a short break now, but let me tell you, on the other side, there's plenty to discuss, especially from the Vipers squad. A bit of a depleted squad. You do not have Lockie Ferguson, you do not have Shimron Hetmyer, no Noor Ahmed. What are the changes? We will show you the teams on the other side, so you stay tuned as Sharjah Warriors also come in with some forced changes.
Sharp spot, causing a crash on the margin. Today, Siddiqui. Return to that one. And now these are the kills for the team Desert Warriors.
Welcome back. Gentle reminder, you've got the Desert Vipers who won the toss, selected to bowl for Sharjah with the bat. A forced change there. No Tim Saudi. That's the reason why Sikandar Raza is captaining. What do you make of the team?
Yeah, I said earlier as well, they've got the names, but they need the runs on the board. Johnson Charles, Tom Abel, TKC has to fire, must fire. Monank Patel is well up there, showed glimpses. James Rue's been slotted in all over from 3 to now he's come down to 6. Sikandar Raza will be key. And then you look at Harmeet Singh and Adil Rashid, who were both phenomenal the other day in Dubai, although they were short. But Richard Engarava in place of this regular captain. Tim Saudi comes in from Zimbabwe. Tall, fast bowler, high release point, will hit the deck hard. So maybe that added bit of extra bounce might just do the trick.
Also his first game here in the DP World ILT20 Season 4. On the other side, Desert Vipers with a couple of changes. What do you make of it?
Yeah, they've lost, obviously, Lockie Ferguson with that injury as well. Noor Ahmed didn't play in the last game, which means that Case Ahmed has got a bit better than he did in the last game as well. Nassim Shah did a pretty good job as well. Payne's been terrific, actually. He's bowled beautifully with his left armers. Kazaim has picked up 13 wickets and has done a fine job as well. Andres Hoss is back. He might just give Max Holden a bit of a boost at the top there. Max Holden has not been as aggressive as he would normally be. Sam Curran's been outstanding with the bat and ball. Jason Roy will get a run, so that's a nice opportunity again for him. And I do think that Hassan Nawaz has got to get some runs. He's had 9 innings so far, and he's only scored 99 runs, and he's been a shadow of his former self. And he's a very fine player, but up until now we haven't seen it.
Right, but the Sharjah Warriors have an uphill task in the power play because there is going to be a Khuzaima Tanveer, and he's been stellar with the ball. How good is he going to be on this pitch?
Well, he's already shown you what he can do in the power play. His impact is brilliant, right up there with 13 wickets. And he can wreak havoc because, once again, he hits the deck hard. He's got that top of off-length mastered down with an angle where his body just leans away. He's got the ball that dips back in with the angle. And Mike Haseman next to me reckons this has been the ball of the tournament. To clip Remanullah Gurbaz's off stump from the angle that it just came back in, it was an absolute peach.
That was in Dubai. He had 4 for zip. I mean, that delivery was extraordinary. That swung so late. I mean, the look on Gurbaz's face was, we couldn't believe what happened. Brilliant stuff.
Indeed, that is Khuzaima Tanveer. Picked up 13 wickets. Looking forward to more from the man. Has been the key cog in Vipers' success. But on the other side, a matchup to look forward to in the power play for you.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting. The Vipers, yet again, have been really good in the power play. They've been the best bowling side in the power play, so they'll certainly put the Warriors under some pressure right at the top. So it's going to be interesting to see how that hands. But I think the Vipers, to me, they're going to be the more buoyant side. They're going to be the more pumped up side. And I think, as I said before, it's all to play for the Warriors.
So who's winning?
Vipers.
For you?
Vipers for me.
Vipers it is. They're going with the table toppers. But remind you, the Sharjah Warriors, it is do or die. You win or you go home. But that's not enough. Live action on the other side.
Season's greetings to everyone. Hope that you had a really wonderful and celebratory Christmas. We are now into match number 28 of the DP World ILT20 Season 4, and a very important match coming up here today at Sharjah, because the Warriors are still in it. They need a win though, and a win by some margin. The Desert Vipers were already qualified in the top 2, but they've gone down in 2 of their last 3 games, and they want to pick up the pace as they head into the playoffs. One qualifying spot still available. A little bit earlier, the coin fell in favor of Sam Curran, who's leading the Desert Vipers tonight. No Lockie Ferguson. He chose to bowl first, in spite of history, which says that 3 or 4 games have been won batting first, and just confirmation for the Sharjah Warriors with Mononk and Johnson Charles at the top. Junaid is back for them, Sagir as well, and the first game this season for Richard Ngarava, who is now leading his country in international cricket, or will be. For the Desert Vipers, they've made a few changes themselves. It's been Lucky, it's been Sam, and tonight they've got Aravind back. Andreas House is also back. Nazim Shah is in, and Kuzaima is back, the impressive seam bowler. Here is the DP World Smart Truck delivering the match ball ahead of the start of this game, and you can hear fans across the globe who are looking at this game and here at the venue saying, "Let's go," as the umpires make their way out to the middle. Ghazi Sohail of Bangladesh and Rod Tucker of Australia on field. With me, Andy Flower, my co-commentator. Andy, it's an important game, and more so for the Sharjah Warriors. How do you see this battle taking place?
Hello, Bish. Really nice to see you here, fresh from New Zealand. Yeah, it's a big game for the Warriors, isn't it? Huge game for them. They've had a bit of a struggle. 3 wins in the tournament so far. It's been a bit of a struggle for them. The opposite to the experience had by the Vipers in this ILT season. Sam Curran and Lockie Ferguson have led the Vipers to a very dominant position at the top of the table. Now the Warriors have to turn them over here tonight. And they should really be used to these conditions. Johnson Charles been opening all season. Played a lot of cricket here in Sharjah. Monank Patel, new into the Warriors team, made a good start. Made a really good start to his ILT season. But a new opening partnership, really. TKC, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, has been opening with Johnson Charles. But been shifted down to number 4 because of his form. They're looking for a little more luck and form and dominance in this power play. David Payne starting from the far end, and he's had an excellent tournament so far. He swung the ball both ways, taken wickets in power play, often bowling his 3 up front when he's been going well. This will be a little bit different for him. Very different conditions to Dubai International Stadium, where it has swung appreciably and gripped. Slow balls have gripped. Here it's quite different. Looks like an old Sharjah wicket with a little bit of sheen. We'll see how flat it plays very soon.
Let's play, let's find out if there's any lateral movement. Good line to start, good length to start. Charles, well, he's been the leading run scorer so far for the Warriors. He hasn't always been in good rhythm. And just remember, there's a bias to this ground, a huge side, or a bigger side, I should say. It's not huge, but it's bigger offside as Charles takes strike. And batters, Andy, I think will be sizing up the short side.
Yeah, so on the offside, as you say, it's a longer side, 69 metres square, and leg side to Johnson Charles facing at the moment 56 metres, which for international cricketers and particularly a strong man like Johnson Charles, that is short.
First run. All sorts of permutations tonight for Sharjah Warriors. It's been a high-scoring ground this season.
It has, but if you look at this pitch at the moment, there's no grass on it at all. At the start of the season, there was a really nice covering of grass on these pitches. So this is back to old-look Sharjah when we used to play here in the 90s, Bish. And this is exactly what it used to look like. Quite low, quite slow. You used to get reverse swing in those days.
That's a top shot. That was not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. Anand Patel. $600th big ticket 4 of the tournament. Play big, dream bigger. And the reality ends up being something like this.
Wasn't that a beautiful shot? As you say, not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. Hit on the up, but there wasn't much up. There wasn't much bounce there, was there?
A quicker skid on, finger goes up. And the first one goes down, and he has caused some pain early.
What a brilliant start for Manan Patel. The ball before, beautiful straight drive. But here David Payne beats him with a little bit of in-swing, but also with a perfect length delivery. It was just that awkward length, not drivable, and it's beat him on the inside edge. A little bit of swing with a new ball. There's that beautiful seam position. And Manan Patel, he closed himself off. If you look at that front foot pointing at extra cover rather than back down the ground, meant that he was playing across his front pad, and he's paid the ultimate price. In batsman's terms, Manan Patel gone for 4, and Warriors, not a great start at 5 for 1.
Tom Abel. Solid. Excellent over from David Payne, 5 for 1. Boxing Day ILT20 confirmation of the starting 11s. No Tim Salvi leaving the Sharjah Warriors tonight. Richard Ngarava, the Zimbabwean international, in for his first game of the season. Played one game previously for Dubai Capitals a couple of seasons ago. The impressive Kuzaima Tanvir. He can move it in both directions. Born in Faisalabad, played a lot of cricket in Karachi and making headlines, but it's David Payne who started things off.
Well, he's been swinging the ball all season, and here he's just beaten that inside edge. What a shame for Monank Patel. Played such a beautiful straight drive the ball before, and here he's gone across the line. I know it was a little more leg side, but he needed to show more of that bat face. Oh, good outswing from Kuzaima. This is going to be a real challenge for Johnson Charles. Johnson Charles facing one of the form bowlers of the tournament so far. He's swung it both ways. He's really been enjoying this tournament.
Kuzaima, you're absolutely right. 13 wickets so far this season. All right-handers, and you cast your mind back to the game against the Gulf Giants and his 4-wicket haul. It was a special one to get rid of Ramanullah Gurbaz, but there was each-way movement. You always feel, particularly in the power play white ball cricket, you can move the ball off the straight, hit off center of the bat, you're in the money. There he goes again, there he goes again, outside edge found, on target and timely for Kuzaima Tanvir.
Well, that's that movement you're talking about, Bish, and he certainly missed the centre of the bat there. That is a standard outside edge to an outswinger for Tom Abel, and I'm afraid his evening as a batsman is done. Beautiful piece of bowling from Kuzaima so far. Outswing each ball, beautiful seam position. He'd be happy with that in a test match. Little fine tickle through to Andries Goose, who makes no mistake, tumbling to his right, taking it down at ankle height. Abel gone for a duck. Warriors in trouble already at 6 for 2.
Tom Kohler Cadmore in need of runs. And his strike rate this season, less than 100. He's had his moments in the history of this tournament, and if ever his team needs him to be returning to his best form, it's tonight.
Well, he's returned almost to an opening position, hasn't he? Moved to number 4. 2 wickets down within 2 overs. He's back out there.
Just so happy to see seam up. We'll come back to that. 6 for 2.
That's it for the 2 overs, 6 for 2 Sharjah.
Last time these two teams met earlier in the tournament, Sharjah Warriors were bowled out for 90. Diamond and Payne were in the wickets then, and they've started off well again tonight. What I like about the wickets, Andy Flower, is we are in an era where we talk so much about three-quarter seam and scramble seam and wobble seam, and that has a great place in it. I'm just so happy to see genuine seam up while this white ball is deviating and it getting wickets. forearms of a blacksmith. Pummels it for Johnson Charles.
Strong swing of the bat from Johnson Charles. See him up again. Going across Johnson Charles on this occasion, not looking for the in-swing. A little bit of width. Got punished. Well, it's interesting watching David Payne. I'll come back to your seam position. Interesting watching David Payne bowl at Johnson Charles here. He got him at their last game in Dubai International Stadium by bowling across him with basically outswing and bowling quite wide. And Johnson Charles in Dubai Stadium tried to drag the ball from almost the wide line over the onside. A bit like that, except he tried to go aerial and top-edged it. That four we've just seen over mid-off was a much better shot. He's gone with the angle across him, and he hasn't tried to drag it against that angle. He's gone with it over mid-off. It's a much safer shot, a much better shot. Doesn't look like he's learnt his lesson, though. He's just tried to tug one from wide outside off again to the onside. That's dangerous. I was just talking about that dismissal from Dubai. This is it. There's that wide ball. Tried to tug it back over his head. From wide. Holds a lot of danger for a batsman, that. Here we go. It's played with the angle, with the swing, down to a wide third man. 11 for 2.
Little reminder of what happened the last time these two teams met. That is a shot and a half. The way that he picked up the bat, you could tell that he was about to execute some form of violence.
Violence through the offside with the swing of the ball. Those blacksmith forearms. To the fore again. Slammed through point. Pace taken off the ball that time. 106 kilometers an hour. Nice adjustment by Kuzema. What these Vipers bowlers will be wanting to do is bowl wicket to wicket. They don't want to give the sort of width we saw 2 balls ago where Johnson Charles flung his hands at it. He whistled it past point. Wicket to wicket's the way to go. Ball's not bouncing much. Want to be hitting those stumps. The last dismissal. Zayma to Tom Abel. Beautiful seam position, which Bish was mentioning. Lovely swing bowling. Tom Abel will be really disappointed with that. You wouldn't want to be nicking the ball on a pitch like this. If you get knocked over LBW or bowled or caught at mid-off, it's more understandable. But where there's no bounce like this, you want to be anticipating that swing. Oh, well done by Andries Gous. Tumbling away to the leg side. Kuzema, I think, looking for outswing, but it didn't swing this time. fired it down leg side. That was well done. That was an awkward height. Couldn't quite get his glove under the ball. Had to sort of squash it into the ground. Just make sure it doesn't get past you.
This hustles onto you with machine here as well. I think the added incentive of bowling straight, particularly from this end to the right hand, is the bigger side of the ground, is leg side, very short offside, so it's an added incentive if you need one.
And the other thing I'd say as well, Bish, is you want to be forcing these players to hit crossbat shots off the stumps. So slamming it into a heavy length and it skids towards those stumps. And if they do look for crossbat shots, you've got a high percentage chance of getting wickets. That's actually a good example of it. Kuzaima's slammed it in on a good length. Johnson Charles looking for the crossbat shot over the leg side. That carries danger. High danger. Other batsmen might be looking to force that with a straighter blade. It's the seam up at the stumps. Crossbat shot from Jono Charles. He gets it this time, but gets it on the inside edge of the bat and mishit to mid-wicket.
Fielder out there. Oh no, that should have been stopped. Arvind, we'll be watching the highlights. 22 for 2.
Four overs done, 22 for 2 at this stage. Run rate at just 5.5. The Vipers have been very good throughout the season 4 in there. Bowling the power play, that run rate has just been, the economy rate has just been 6.6, so it's been impressive from them. Naseem Shah now, getting that bat nice and hard. Scrambling back, shy at the stumps, good backing up as well. From the skipper, yeah, just telling him just to settle down a little bit.
Last ball in the previous over. Just a blemish in the outfield. There, Arvind running around, had all the time in the world. Overran it, actually. Ball going through to the disappointment and frustration of Tanvir.
Got ahead of himself there. Slower delivery from Naseem. Cadmore's had his problems with his economy rate when he's been batting. Season 4. Right question time. Busy presents Jawa Dakal in Nampao contest. Vipers, and which other team has the lowest total in DP World ILT20 Season 1 to Season 3? Warriors, Giants, Knight Riders, Capitals. Answer and winners tomorrow. Smart TV on offer as well. T's and C's apply. Nicely cracked. Good shot, gone for 4. That's a really good connection. That's what he needs. A couple of those nice little to kick him into this innings.
A glimpse that the Warriors could come out of their deep slumber with the bat. They desperately need that to happen for them to give themselves a chance of winning and staying alive in the playoff race. Last 4 outings with the bat, they average 119 and just about 8.5 wickets. Pulled out twice too in 2 of those last 4 matches.
Oh, he's going to have to bowl that again. That was a cutter he was looking to bowl. Exercise for Rod Tucker. Good to see Rod here in Season 4.
And Naseem Shah will want that trend of poor batting form from the Warriors to continue. You can well imagine the frustration for JP Dumani, the coach, of this Warriors side, just not being able to get it right.
Oh, that's great connection. That's a wonderful shot. That's gone for 6. That's an absolute beauty. That's going to be a contender for the DP World Dispatch of the day. Got to adapt in these conditions. They're a bit different from other games, like in logistics. Got to do the same in sports. Find dispatch.
Shah went searching. He was in the slot. Maybe he was aiming for the Yorker, just missed the length. It was right there in the hitting arc of TKC. He's been on the conservative side with his strike rate this season. Tamkola Kadmo.
Yeah, it's only been 98 in season 4. He's good going today. Got that away too. Pretty clean. It's a shorter boundary. They just settle for 1. We're in the 1xBet power play at the moment. Really has been quite interesting, the work done by the Vipers, picking up a couple of wickets nice and early. Payne in the wickets again. He's been outstanding in season 4. The dreaded digit goes up from Tucker, and that's the second one soon afterwards. Kazaima has been a star for the Vipers, and now they're just fighting back a little bit with a couple of boundaries. The Vipers are in control at this stage. 1 ball shy now of 5 overs being completed. Back live, Naseem Shah. He's going to have to re-bowl that one. .75% of Johnson Charles's runs have been scored in the first innings in season 4, so he's got an opportunity again today to capitalise on that stat. Raising that run rate with those boundaries from Kola Cadmore. Short delivery, a little bit leg side. Oh, it's got through. Andres close as well. Wide. 4.
It's all happening, a little bit of luck going with the Warriors. They desperately need it because not only will they have to win tonight, but they need to win by a very, very significant margin too to stay in that playoff race. They're just rolling his fingers across the seam. The ball gripping off the grass.
Got 2 unforced errors there. It's also a leg side from Naseem Shah. He'll feel he missed out with that leg side delivery. It's just going to be 1, but it's 19 off that over. 5 done. 41 for 2.
That's the end of the finals, 41 for 2.
Warriors with 3 wins this season. 2 batting first, 1 chasing. That was against the Knight Riders. And 6 points in 6th position. Joint points with the Gulf Giants and Abu Dhabi Knight Riders. They're contenders, you can say.
3 cues there. Vipers, Emirates, Capitals. Hunters on for the 4th spot. Big game this for the Warriors. They've got to play really well today. Got off to the greatest of starts. 1 ball, correction, 1 over left in that power play. 41 on the board at this stage. Vipers have only conceded 50 once in the power play. Sam Curran, ever reliable Sam Curran, into the attack. Bang on target straight away. Early call from Charles.
Yeah, the attitude from the Warriors and Johnson Charles, Tom Kola Cadmore must be one of desperation, one that will push them to be their best. Have to be fearless. This is their last moment to deliver with the bat and deliver significantly.
That's some positive. Really nice to see him playing like this at the moment. Kola Cadmore. Job of work to be done by these boys in yellow.
.43 for 2. Just looking back on the Warriors and what they've done with the bat. Once they've gone over 50 in that power play phase was against the Giants when they scored 54 for 2.
Is that very slow delivery We see Sam Curran bowl from time to time. He's been outstanding, Sam Curran. The red belt points table, which is the most valuable player belt. Isaiah with 486, Sam Curran right behind him, 484 at this stage. Younger played beautifully in the last game, 405. Secunda Raza, we just saw him on screen, 403. The shot of Secunda Raza talking on screen. In fact, you can go to him any time in that change room and he'll be talking on screen. Loves a chat to Secunda. Hasn't got out of the middle, that one, but it's gone pretty smartly. Aravind.
Finding his groove. Johnson Charles, 18 from 21. From Kola Cadmo as well. Probably at his most fluent. 12 from 9 so far.
Really promising straight away. The partnership 38 off 28. There's good impetus from these two guys after losing a couple of early wickets. Goes for that short delivery. Rod Tucker at square leg says it's okay.
Really like this. He's a relatively short man, Sam Curran. Goes into the pitch. All just leveling off. There are two deep fielders leg side, so there's great value in using that option as a surprise option.
Got one more delivery to go in the 1x bat power play. 44 at the moment for the Warriors. Stuns that into the pitch. Scab through for one, so they end up with 45 off the first 6 overs. 45 for 2.
Batting lineup for the Warriors. Again, they'll be thinking about what we've seen at par. Batting first here in Sharjah, 191. It's the highest across all 3 venues. So can the Warriors climb to an unassailable total batting first tonight? But this is both teams' last match of the group stage.
He's only scored 50 once in the power play in season 4. Problems they've had, as we see Qais Ahmed into the attack. Have a good game, by the way, in the last one did Qais Ahmed. He's got big boots to fill with Nur Ahmed. Not here. Failed to defend a total of 174 twice. Of the Warriors, so they post that sort of total. It's been a problem for them from a bowling perspective. There's a look at Qais's numbers. Economy rate's really good at under 7.5. Bit of turn, a straight into fraction, died a bit as well, just one.
Our both batters will be thinking about small targets during this middle phase of the innings. They'll know that the platform has been laid with 45 for 2. There's over 7s in that phase, so ideally you just want to take it a notch higher. You can get 7.5, 8 in the next 9 overs, then you're sitting pretty for the last 5.
I need quite a bit more, I think, of these two guys to keep applying this pressure to anything that they can recognise. Kola Cadmo with his positivity today has been really good. Charles, we don't want to give him a second invitation to try and smack something, particularly on the leg side. Pretty determined today. Johnson Charles didn't enjoy the track, I don't think, in the last game. So today he's feeling more at home on this one. It's not his typical track he likes to bat on, with the ball coming on. Oh! Beautifully bowled. Qais, beautifully bowled.
Straight away you can see there's a hint of turn. So with this ball wearing, getting a little bit older, wrist spinners can extract value from the surface.
Good rotations of the ball, so the seam is gripping the surface, giving it every opportunity. The ball coming down towards the batsman, the seam is going to hit the pitch and grip.
The other thing that JP Duminy and the Warriors will be worried about is what they've seen from Johnson Charles. Only 3 times he's batted beyond the power play phase, so 6 times dismiss in that first 6-over phase, so now this is a rarity. They'll want him to bat deep into the innings. String of low scores before that 43.
Last ball of the over. Too much bounce for Qais Ahmed. End of that over, 7 done, 50 on the board, 50 for 2 it is. They've got a pretty tidy start, the partnership's good, and it's time for a timeout. So the Warriors, they weren't unhappy actually being asked to bat first. 3 of the 4 games here have been won by teams batting first, an opportunity to get a big total. Doing that, that's what they need to do, get a big total here and win this one fairly comfortably so they can improve their net run rate. Then they've got to wait and see what happens in the game tomorrow. Giants and the Knight Riders. Curran.
Johnson Charles will be searching for an early boundary. That's how he thinks. Try to put pressure on the bowler early in the over and aim to rotate strike.
Pitched outside the line of leg stump, I think. Post was up in a big way. Host is just saying now it pitched outside leg stump to Sam. But hard for Sam to focus at the same time and know exactly where that's pitching in his follow through, of course. No consideration of DRS being introduced. Good addition, Host got some runs in the very first game of season 4. Then did his calf quite badly, so he's been on the sidelines, I guess it's 5 or 6 games, maybe more. There it is, the moon ball. He's just explaining to us the moon ball. That's what the boys call it. Curran. Nice bouncer. Well bowled by Curran.
Once more uses that option, and that's very shrewd from the southpaw. Always thinking about his options and approaches a couple balls ago. Good decision not to take the DRS. Clearly pitching outside the line, off the leg stump.
That delivery, by the way, was at 80 k's per hour. He normally bowls very close to the 130 k per hour mark. That's his standard pace. Moon ball was 80 k's per hour. To crack that away, going to bring the sweeper into play. Slight little fumble, though don't take advantage of that. Just the one. As to the shorter boundary. There's a gentleman in charge today, Qazi Sahel from Bangladesh. Standing his 129th game, Rod Tucker from Australia. Fine umpire Rod. Standing his 127th T20. Paul Wilson is our TV umpire, designated umpires in the DP World ILT20 in the TV booth, which is very good to see. So from Australia, of course, very fine bowler, fast bowler was Paul Wilson. Played for Australia. Sean Mohanama is the match referee. A Sri Lankan batsman. World Cup winner. Curran again. Just 4 off that over. It's top stuff from Curran. 8 done, 54 for 2.
Good partnership, 48 of 42 now for the Warriors. Short one and just over. Just over. Jose Matanvir on that boundary brings up the 50 partnership as well. That's a great strike from Johnson Charles. First boundary in 21 deliveries now.
Well, a short ball and a short boundary. And it only just got over that backward square leg. Wasn't quite on the boundary. I still don't think he would have got it. That's a better length from Qais Ahmed. No one's pulling that. Certainly not bouncing over those stumps. That should be his modus operandi. Hit those stumps. Don't allow them to hit you off the front foot. No pulls.
This one's got to find the fence. It has been banged into the crowd. This from Johnson Charles. He's got now 6.6 to his name. Much needed impetus in this batting lineup as well for the Warriors.
Well, this was a gamble from Sam Curran bowling Qais Ahmed with the short side on the leg side. Qais has bowled his leg spinner there, but Johnson played a beautiful slog sweep shot, got down nice and low. Got under ball just enough to get it over mid-wicket. Pull shot from Johnson. Only a single though this time. This is a good little piece of aggression from Johnson Charles. Being a little acceleration to the total. Putting Qais Ahmed under tremendous pressure. Pull shot and a front foot slog sweep. Tom Kohler-Cadmore hasn't had a great run with a bat this season. Trying to get off strike into that vacant leg side area.
Picked up 13. Qais Ahmed will look to close this over out nicely. Catch it as a call, will just land in front. One more, 14 off the over, 9 done, 68 for 2. few good overs, much needed ones, especially after the start that the Warriors had. 5 for 1, 6 for 2 for Manan Patel and Tom Abel. One apiece to David Payne and Josema Tanveer, who've been the pick of the bowlers so far for the Vipers. And now an excellent partnership, 62 of 48 between TKC and Johnson Charles. Naseem Shah back with the ball. Bowls him! What a return to the bowling crease from Naseem Shah. And what a timely strike as well for the Vipers.
And it's a strike with a slower ball. 116 kilometres an hour. A little bit of in movement for Naseem Shah. Tom Kohler-Cadmore shakes his head. Feels that he should have got hold of it. But it gripped just a little, beating the inside edge of the bat. And that's the modus operandi that the Vipers want to see. Wicket to wicket, threatening the stumps. Nothing bouncing over it, no cross-bat shots. Kohler-Cadmore gone for 20 at less than a run a ball. Warriors at 68 for 3.
Between TKC and Johnson Charles has been undone, courtesy a great delivery from Naseem Shah. Brings to the crease James Rue. Good glimpses of brilliance throughout the tournament. Play and a miss to begin. Light inquiry, unsure all around from the Vipers. But what a return. Return with the ball to pick up this wicket for Naseem Shah.
Their first over went for 18, but he started this over with a slower ball. And he absolutely befuddled Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Not often that bowlers start overs with slow balls, actually. So quite a good piece of thinking from Naseem Shah. Certainly got ahead of the batter. You can see what it means to him. Quite rightly, that first over that got pummeled for 18 put him under a lot of pressure.
And he gets the better of TKC, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who hasn't had the best of runs at all. One of the mainstays that Sharjah Warriors would have relied on and did rely on. That's one place where they've struggled. Abandoned out twice now. They've lost their entire batting lineup within the overs, so they've been the only team along with ADKR who've been bowled out twice. Long on now, just drops back to the boundary for Naseem Shah.
Urujumen mentioned some flashes of brilliance from James Rue. He's been really impressive. Now, if you look at his career strike rate, you probably would say, well, that's not modern day T20 batsman that's dominating attacks. But he's been really impressive. You know, batting hasn't been that easy this season in ILT. And he's played some really good hands, been really consistent. Looks like a very intelligent cricketer. He knows how to build innings. Part of that is balancing risk and reward always. Oh, nice piece of bowling from Naseem. Gone across the left-hander. He went inside the bat. First ball to James Rue. Now he's gone across him and outside the bat. The slow pitch, there's not much in it for quicks. He's banged this nice and hard into the deck. Seam up, and it's seamed quite appreciably across the left-hander. piece of batting. It's a good length on this pitch. Hard to play cross-bat shots to that length. Good work from Naseem Shah. What a great comeback. After going for 18 in his first. Outstanding comeback in this over.
Brilliant top stuff for wicket mating. Second from him in this season. The DP World ILT20 from Naseem Shah. Halfway mark in the first innings. The Warriors 68 for 3. Just a halt to the batting runs from the Sharjah Warriors courtesy. An excellent over from Naseem Shah. Wicket maiden. Tim Payne will like to follow that up. Naseem Shah, we were talking about him. Phenomenal in terms of the return to the crease. 18, you mentioned, Andy, of his first over. Comes back with an important wicket of that TKC and doesn't give away any runs. Exactly what the Vipers have been. So good throughout this DP World ILT20 in terms of various match winners through the ranks. Wild swipe across, the slow one, the change of pace, the off cutter, and so that's what has held them in good stead. Right up there at the leaderboard as well. The first team to qualify with 6 on the bounce. They've hunted well in packs as a bowling unit and even with batting partnerships. Their players seem to understand their roles. They've got the right personnel and the right orders, and it just comes together quite nicely.
Yes, that man Sam Curran has not only captained well when Lockie Ferguson's been out, but he's batted well when chasing.
Slashes hard and is just over the 2 men inside the circle. First boundary in a couple of overs now.
A little pressure release for Johnson Charles. He was looking for the short leg side boundary the ball before, played and missed, swung and missed really. This one he gets a little bit of length and a little bit of width from David Payne. Gets it over short third man. David Payne operating pretty much with only slower balls at the moment, looking for those cutters across the right-hander.
This is better and might find the fence, and it does. Much better in terms of control from Johnson Charles. Back-to-back boundaries.
Oh, and much better tactically. Much better tactically. Instead of trying to drag it around from wide of off stump onto the short leg side boundary, he's going with the angle. This time he goes just in front of that man at backward point. That's a good piece of batting from Johnson Charles. Good tactical batting, actually. That's the way. 41 of 33 years. He's nicely established. He's going to be crucial for the Warriors' chance of getting a total here.
You just look around the way the field is set. Predominantly offside, square of the wicket, because the plan to Johnson Charles, like you just said, Andy, he was looking to drag everything to the shorter side, leg side, but they've gone slower, change of pace into the surface wide of the off stump. And that is exactly why another man now drops back. The third up in the ring, deep third and deep backward point. So now if David Payne bowls that, he can rely on it not being a boundary because he's got 2 men stationed for that protection.
Yeah, the gap's opened up at mid-off though. Mid-off's come into the ring. Nicely bowled by Payne. Good length. Forcing the back foot shot from Johnson Charles. Not allowing him that freedom. 77 for 3.
11 overs in, the Vipers have shared the wickets within their seamers. One apiece to Payne, Hossain Tanveer and Naseem Shah. They've got the Sharjah Warriors at 77 for 3. Warriors will be happy with this. They're going at 7 runs and over at the moment.
Well, Sam Curran, the Vipers captain, has brought Qais Ahmed back. He struggled a bit in his first over, but he was bowling with the short side, the leg side for these right-handers. Come on now from the pavilion end. Now James Roux has the short side as the left-hander. But Qais will feel more comfortable bowling at Johnson Charles with that bigger leg side, definitely. Be interesting to see if he gambles with a leg spinner trying to hit the stumps here, or just tries to go across the left-hander with a googly.
So to be slightly wary of just dragging the ball short. This ground not big enough anyways, irrespective of one shorter side. Yes, now he's got the slightly longer boundary to Johnson Charles to his leg side. Every now and then he just, today so far, has dropped a few short and has paid the price. Reverse, not quite out of the middle, and he's going to be gone. And it's another one that goes for the Warriors. Qais Ahmed in the reverse, and Johnson Charles pays the price.
Well, the big reverse sweep, and in fact, it's more than a reverse sweep for Johnson Charles. He switches everything around, basically plays a left-hander shot. The feet change, the grip changes. It's a left-hander all of a sudden. The left-hander that mishits his slog sweep. Gone. Caught in the edge of the inner ring. And Qais makes a great comeback from a real struggle in his first over. Gone for 2 singles and got a wicket. Brilliant from Qais Ahmed. Johnson Charles, hopes were on him. He got 43. Warriors 79 for 4.
From the magic man, and Qais Ahmed now has 2 on the bounce. It is a skipper of the opposition who comes and goes.
2 on the bounce for Qais Ahmed, but not much bounce on that delivery. It skidded through and slammed into that off stump halfway up. That's the right tactic from Qais, wicket to wicket. Little leg spinner, little skidding leg spinner. Raza opened his face instead of keeping that full face, looking down the pitch back at that bowler. There's the price for that. Misses it on the outside edge. He's gone for a duck of the golden variety. Warriors 79 for 5.
It's a signal confirmation of the super sub. Ryan Burl comes in to face the music. He's going to be facing the hat-trick ball. Been substituted for Johnson Charles. Look at the field. A couple of men in the slips. One leg slip. Close men catching in the covers. He's going to be looking for the stumps here, Qais Ahmed. Just taking his time now here. Ryan Burl. What a time to make your way out into the middle. Here we go, hat-trick ball. This has been top stuff from KS Ahmed. Really, really good comeback. And 2 great wickets.
Johnson Charles, he was the man in. Warriors' hopes were all on his shoulders. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Raza, usually an excellent player of spin. Missed. Sam Curran taking a brilliant snatch at leg slip. But was it just off the wicket-keeper? No inside edge from Burl by the looks of things. Good pressure applied by Sam Curran, the Vipers captain, with 3 men in catching positions around the bat. And a big drive. But anyway, 79 for 5. Oh, that is the googly, but missing the outside edge, Ryan Burl. And that is a brilliant piece of fielding from Sam Curran. But it missed the outside edge, careered off the wicket-keeper. And Sam Curran saved 4 byes.
Dan Lawrence. Inimitable bowling action. And if you're not accustomed to it, it just takes a delivery or 2 to get an understanding, with the arms twirling everywhere. On target, good to have Mike Haseman alongside me. How do you see it progressing?
Yeah, thanks, Bish. I just think that, for starters, well done to Qais Ahmed, because that was terrific work in that last over. 2 wickets, 21 he's got at the moment, and this was the last ball, the last over. Sam Curran did nicely off Khos. Shake of the head from Khos, by the way. There's no confirmation of any edge from ultra edge. Always a bit of bat on the pitch, perhaps, but it's really good work from Qais. He didn't bowl well in the last game. He needs to bowl really well because there's no Noor Ahmed anymore. Good to see him pick up those 2 sticks.
And strike the ball powerfully, Burl. But I think it's also good captaincy, because once Nazim Shah switched ends, he got a wicket in that over, and Qais Ahmed switched ends and got a couple of wickets. So good to have the guys getting into a spell from a different end and finding some success.
And Johnson Charles' wicket was very important, looking to really threaten at that stage. But perhaps the most important one was this one, Secunda Raza. He's such a busy player. He loves being in the big moment out there, Secunda Raza. He would have known exactly what his team needed to do from here. So to get him out first ball was top stuff. Quicker delivery, and it turned quite sharply.
How much of Lawrence coming in? It's just a matter of getting a couple of cheap overs in, or with the left-handers at the crease, they feel like it's a matchup that they can use with the off-spinner. Reasonably economical, actually. 84 for 5. Lost 2 of their last 3, so as Sam Curran said, they want to get their rhythm in order heading into the playoffs. Sharjah Warriors hoping for a win and a big win. Found the gap. Bigger side of the ground, remember, so it is restricted to 2.
Be very interesting to see how James Roux goes about this. He's a very good player, 21 years of age. We've already seen so far in season 4, he likes to sweep spinners. He's going to have to play the senior role here at this stage to try and get some sort of stand together. However, that run rate is dropping. That'll be another concern for the Warriors. Now just on 6.5 the over, those wickets going down to Qais Ahmed.
I think Qais went for 14 in his second over, and he was bowling from the opposite end. You say even Nazim Shah went for 19 in his first, switched ends and found a spark with this piece off delivery. As the wicket slows, ball gets soft.
Like this too, by the way, with Qais just slowing things down a little bit. Yeah, he's just drying the ball, making sure everything's okay. He rubbed his fingers in the foot marks, a bit of the dirt on his fingers as well. He was perhaps rushing things a little bit earlier in that second over.
Oh no, oh no. I think Dan Lawrence could have gone with 2 hands instead of the fancied up 1-hand attempt.
We had one early today where Aravind overran one and went for 4. That shouldn't have gone, and this is the second. So they could be costly in a game like this. Yeah, definitely 2 hands. You're right, Bish. Definitely. That doesn't help the bowler very much when he's just getting his teeth into this game. They want to keep things nice and tight, these bowlers.
Get that googly going to the left-handers with the bigger side of the ground. That's part of the plan of Qais Ahmed. Work the googly. Well, you'd remember Ryan Burl Hazy when he got that 5-wicket haul. I think it was 5 for 10. Mazza assures me Townsville to execute Zimbabwe's first win in ODIs against Australia. In Australia.
Still trying to get over Zimbabwe beating Australia in 1983 in the UK in that World Cup. They'll tell me more about that a bit later, I'm sure.
Don't give them that chance to drag that to that short boundary. 93 for 5. Now that's another thing, because the new formation started. You saw Qais Ahmed drying the ball assiduously in that last over. So that can have an impact in the second half of this game.
The first game here for 10 days, so it's got a little bit cooler during that period as well. The games we had previously here in Sharjah, the dew didn't really come in. Speaking of the groundsmen in those games, they didn't expect it to come in at all. They thought, if anything, because there was a bit of a breeze around as well, they thought it'd be after the game was finished. But now it's coming very early, so that's going to be an extra test.
Good work. Jason Roy showing Dan Lawrence how it's done. Of course, it is the DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam making its way around the ground using the latest cutting-edge camera work to give us unique advantage viewpoints of today's action. Just like in cricket, DP World uses technology to keep trade flowing across the globe.
Clever bowling. Backed away nice and early, too early in fact, so he could then just take a bit of time and follow him, Lawrence, and he did to Bell. Just moved a fraction too early, gave the game away, Bell.
Yes, Casey.
Such a bias to the ground, Mike. You look at the leg side boundary and how far, even though Sharjah is generally small, the guys on the leg side boundary are 7 or 8 meters in off the rope. So I think as a bowler, you get hit to that small boundary, you kick yourself because you're trying to take that away.
It's going to be a wide. Bish, the first game we had here, that's exactly what Dwayne Pretorius thought as well. He was bowling to the leg side, the longer boundary. It was Livingston on strike. He went for 33 in the last over. Couple bouncing off the shop windows as well, almost onto a truck at one stage.
Still use any advantage you have. Task them with going to the bigger side, although Sharjah is never huge ground.
Nicely, Lawrence. It's 4 runs in this over, 1 ball to go.
Nice glance on it. It might run away, you know, it might. It does. Not the end of the over that Lawrence would have wanted. 100 is up. 101 for 5 after 15. And it is time for a pause, the strategic timeout. 101 for 5, Sharjah Warriors, and the important thing is on entering these last 5 overs, as we call it, to death, who's got overs for the Vipers? Payne has 1 remaining, Kuzaima has 2 available, Nazim Shah has a couple remaining himself, as well as Sam Curran. So Curran is the man charged tonight with making those decisions. He's gone for Kuzaima, who bowled well early up, taking an early wicket. Got a mid-off and a deep point with a deep third. Nice strike for at least a couple. Gets 2.
One of the finds, if not the find of the tournament. Kuzaima Tanvir has been outstanding with the ball. One thing he hasn't done is got a left-hander out. He's got wickets, 13 of them, but he hasn't got a wicket against a left-hander. There's a look at the blue belt points table for the best UAE player. Mohammad Wazim at top with 340. Kuzaima Tanvir in action at the moment, 337. Ajay Kumar, he's been terrific as well. Left arm quick, back of the hand, slower balls outstanding, 267. Talent on show.
All the way for 6. That leg side, even though it's a straightish boundary, is not the biggest.
Have no choice now, they've got to go. James Ruse, the sort of bloke who can do this. A good strike with the ball. Mike's taking responsibility out there. Partnership has been threatening. He's decided to try and line up Kuzaima. Has the ability to bowl a very good Yorker. That was in the slot for him. It's not that long straight. As you can see, 67 metres. Not that far away, but enough.
Leg side again, and so it'll be fascinating to see. There's some bowlers who will say, I'll bowl my best ball in spite of the dimensions, and some will say, can we take him wide of off stump at this stage of the game? In order to take him wide of off stump, you've got to have the field set appropriately, and right now he's got a deep backward point and a deep extra cover in place right of screen for the option of that wide delivery. Does go short and wide.
A new role for Kuzaima right now. He hasn't had to do this because he's 2 reasons. One, he's bowled so brilliantly at the top when he's picked up wickets consistently. One game he had 4 for 4 at one stage and finished with 4 for 8, which is quite extraordinary in Dubai when he bowled that, what I think is the ball of the tournament. And then also Lockie Ferguson's been around the place, which has certainly helped their cause as well. It'd be ideal in this sort of scenario, so it's a little bit different. Hasn't done it for a few games.
Don't mind getting hit over there. I want to see who Curran goes to from the next end. With 2 left-handed batters at the crease, if they're still there to start the next over. Don't necessarily want to bowl too often outside their off stump with the short side. And you get someone to get those Yorkers in. Sam Curran himself can angle that into the stumps. Just an option. Tempted Yorker. 16 gone, 113 for 5.
After 16 overs, 113 for 5. Sharjah Warriors.
Right, Sharjah Warriors with 4 overs remaining in this innings. Of course, looking at their journey in this DP World ILT20 Season 4. At times have gone beyond 50
in the last 5. Something similar is required. Sam Curran starts with a slow ball. Beautiful from the skipper. The execution, fabulous. Good start to the over. There is another dot delivery, so puts pressure now on Burl. This partnership 34 from 29. You're just making reference to what we've seen from the Warriors. Was that game against Gulf Giants when they produced 58 in the last 5. That's their best effort this season. At the moment, they need to get a move on. Boundaries, much needed. Another piece of delivery, doesn't find the middle of the bat. Warriorz, advice for this batting pair?
They find themselves in that part of the game with 3.3 overs left, and knowing that they don't have an explosive tail by any stretch, and the way their fortunes have gone with the bat, they're almost trying to belt everything out of the park. Now, because Sam Curran does change the pace and drop it dramatically, takes all the zip out of it, and try and just rotate strike when it's not there. Once again, letting that go because he's caught him off guard. It doesn't really arrive, and the option at the moment seems like to try and hit everything out of the park. I just feel with that you miss out on opportunities. Now, because of that, you played 4 dot balls in a row. And it almost feels like now the release shot is definitely going to be on, rather than being slightly more proactive, understand where the 1s and 2s can come in. Just rotate strike when that delivery is not there for the boundary.
There's 2 deep fielders offside. There's a deep point. There is that long off. Here's Curran. Doesn't bowl a dot delivery, but he doesn't concede a boundary. Arvin in the deep doing very good work. So just a couple runs in the over so far.
Also look at the way Sam Curran has progressed. Very conscious and aware about what the modern day bowling requires. Can't be stagnant with one-dimensional bowling, especially something that can withstand the time of modern day T20 batting. And Shoaib Hossain, head of broadcasting for the DP World ILT20, and David White, the CEO of the league, former New Zealand international as well, putting together some show this season 4.
He's off, and more importantly, the length, immaculate from Curran. What an over, just 2 from it, 17 gone, on 15 for 5. An example from the Vipers skipper, showing his troops exactly how it's to be done in the remaining overs. Very, very shrewd cricketer he is, always thinking. He's grown in stature with his execution, not only with ball though, but with the bat as well. We've seen that this season too. Your guess is as good as mine. Where will the Warriors end this innings? Naseem Shah.
Yeah, I just felt the time when K.S. Ahmed came in, picked Johnson Charles, and then back-to-back Sikandar Raza, I felt that was a turning point, because with the depth and the variety that the Vipers have, and the way the Warriors have gone in the tournament, it was important for Johnson Charles, who's going well, going really well, 43 of 37. Just felt that shot was against the run of play, especially knowing how the batting had gone. And at that point, you felt that they might just get 165, 170, which on this surface would have been a very good score. Up and over. This is really nice. Throws the bat at it and plays it with the line of the ball now. That is much needed boundary. It's come after quite some time.
What was very important here was the manner in which Rowe waited on the ball. Didn't look as though he was premeditating a shot. Just reacted to the ball. Hitting with the angle, not trying to use too much bottom hand. That's the type of approach you want to adopt as a batter in these remaining overs in a T20 innings. Find that balance. Be aware as to where the fielders are, but don't overthink. That's a Yorker. We've seen it before from Naseem Shah, and he delivers a beauty once more.
And he's really pumped up as well. He's enjoyed that. It's a great side for fast bowling prodigies. And this one at its best. Naseem Shah, full straight pace on with a hint of tail back in. And it clips the bat straight onto the stumps. Cannons into the stumps at the back. And Naseem Shah likes it. He's enjoyed that one for sure. Got a slow delivery. The first one to TKC, full and straight. This one decides to go pace on. Gets a better James Drew for 22. Sharjah Warriors 119 for 6.
Harmeet Singh, new batter. Last delivery was a rocket from Naseem Shah, pace on delivery. What will he expect? Goes again, pace on. So that variation from Naseem Shah really working for him and the Vipers. Rowe was stung with that beauty from Shah. Just nailed the Yorker. Haven't seen many Yorkers in this innings from the Vipers. This was as good as you can get. Right, how will he close the over out? Naseem Shah. 2 deliveries remaining. Goes with the slow ball into the pitch and across the left-handed Harmeet.
The point you make there, DJ, very important in terms of, yes, you look at out of the window, even as batters, they look around in terms of what the field is, and a plan A comes to mind. It's very important for bowlers of international caliber to have those full straight Yorkers, just the change-up delivery, the wicket-taking option. So yes, the field set for bowling outside the off-stump into the surface, change of pace. But when you got the Yorker, that is absolutely brilliant.
It's tugged in the gap. Good work in the deep. Dan Lawrence running around. Just allowing it to concede a couple runs. 18 overs gone, 121 for 6. Still over remaining from Naseem. 2 for 24 so far. He's looked sharp in all the matches that he's played. A little bit slow to get going. Season 4 DP World ILT20, but he's coming to his own with rhythm shown and form too. Of course, we're here in Sharjah,
Match number 28, a very important one, more so for the Warriors.
Desperately need a win tonight. But surprisingly, Sam Curran will bowl the penultimate over. And slow ball into the pitch. The umpire will just check the height. No issue on that occasion, so legal delivery.
It's remarkable how much pace he can take out of these deliveries. The term moon ball has come to the occasion in terms of how slow he can bowl them. But catch it is the call. It's so slow that even if it did glove something, it lands well in front of the keeper.
Three fielders deep leg side. Curran just goes outside the off stump with that line. And given the feel, you can just suss that he's giving himself a few options, Curran. Bit easier because he's bowling to two left-handers, so really have to change for a right-hander out in the middle. Can go slow ball into the pitch with the two fielders in that ring short third. And he can go wide and full as well. There is a deep point, there is a long off, so few options to keep the batter guessing. Straight line. And with that extra pace. It's something we've seen from bowlers who close the innings out in T20 cricket. Apart from the skill of bowling cutters, they take pace off the ball, they have their variations, which just puts the batter off in terms of timing.
And he's right up there, Sam Curran, in terms of variations of pace. And it's not the slow delivery, the regular slow, it's how slow he can go. He can really drop it. 79.5, the slowest today.
There's another one.
DJ, not sure if you watched how his English summer went, but he mentioned the moon ball. Any idea how low he dropped the pace on that one? Give me a number, anything. What comes to mind? It was much slower than 79.5, let me tell you that.
69 is not a bad number.
Now keep going. Keep going. That's a wrong number. Not the one that we're looking for. Come on, any wild guesses?
Lower than 69.
Much
53.
lower. Much. Keep going.
My goodness, 47.
Absolutely spot on. 47.5 miles per hour. That is how slow he bowled them.
The other thing to appreciate from Sam Curran is the timing of the slower deliveries. He doesn't make himself over-predictable. Now he'll be frustrated with this. Self-inflicted, you can say, because he needed to retrieve the ball, get behind the stumps. Sam Curran didn't do so, so it allows for additional run. This might just come back to hurt them.
Throw comes in. Sam Curran lets it go. Naseem Shah charges in. The Warriors batters were aware, hence why they could pinch the second run. Just ones and twos again. Boundaries once again, 9 balls since.
The boundary as well. So make that 10 deliveries since the last boundary. Not good at all for the Warriors. 128 for 6. Great set of overs from Sam Curran. Gone wicketless, but very, very frugal. Only 16 runs in his 4 overs. Playing his role superbly in this complement of fast bowlers.
It's something that we spoke about at the top of the show, that they hunt well in packs, bowling in tandem, bowling as an entire bowling unit. The Vipers have been phenomenal. One bowler backing up the other. All of them seem to know their roles. They've got a few options for the power play bowling. They've got good spinners in that middle phase, and they've got plenty of options toward the death as well. Don't always bowl well in partnerships. Exactly how you do in the batting. And the Vipers unit once again have done well. So to close the innings out here, the Sharjah Stadium, Naseem Shah into his final one.
Just 27 runs in the last 4 overs. Below par, you will have to say. Now, Naseem Shah. Will it be a rocket? Goes across the left-hander. That's been his modus operandi. Just to slide the ball a little bit wider because both lefties are hitting to the shorter square boundary in that leg side region. So he's giving them a general strategy with his approach. Again, he has that surprise element where he'll go full and straight or maybe bouncer, slow bouncer into the pitch. That's a nice strike. Good strike, and we'll get 4. It was straight enough. He just balanced that stroke with the top hand to get it straighter as against squarer.
He's got a few good options. Harmeet Singh with the bat. Now the second game running he's played that. The horizontal bat slap, if you may. A slow one into the surface. Yes, long on was there, Dan Lawrence, but he's hit this very straight. Great boundary, much needed one as well. They'll hope for a few more here to close this first part of the game out, the Warriors.
I think it's a Yorker now. Goes short, and that's out. So too hot to handle from Naseem Shah. He gets another. This time the wicket of Harmeet Singh.
Great response from the Pakistani quick. A couple of slow ones. One found the fence. He decides to go pace on. 135 kilometers this one. And it is the line, well directed. Tries the pull shot, only manages a feint tickle through to the keeper, and he's really loved this. He's bowled a great spell here tonight, Naseem Shah, and he's bagged 3 so far. Still got 3 more deliveries in his spell, and he hasn't gone for too many. The Vipers have been clinical with the ball once again. The last man to go, Harmeet Singh, for 11. Sharjah Warriors 133 for 7.
Harmeet Singh goes out at 11 on 8 balls with one boundary. Sharjah Warriors 133 for 7.
Adil Rashid, a new batter. Can he strike a few lusty blows as they close the innings out? Gets one, and it goes all the way for 6. So exactly what the doctor ordered for the Warriors.
It's a sour pill to swallow, this one from Naseem Shah. That is because you don't expect number 9 to walk out there and smack you over mid-wicket for a massive 6. Short one, he was prepared, hanging on to that back foot. And he can swing well, Adil Rashid, and he does his exactly. Great last over here. Yes, the wicket's gone down, but 11 have come off 4. You can be assured that he will swing again, swing with everything that he's got, Adil Rashid. Got a quick fire 14 the other day in Abu Dhabi, the game that the Warriors won. The field remains the same. Mid-off is up. Long on, deep mid-wicket, the 2 men patrolling the leg side fence.
Right, how will he respond? In from Naseem Shah. He gets the Yorker. Felt that was a delivery he could have used a bit earlier in the over. Takes a lot of effort to execute that type of delivery.
His 3rd for the night, Naseem Shah. He was banged in with pace on. Harmeet Singh tried everything, only manages a tickle, an edge through to the keeper. The big fast man enjoyed that. 3 for the night, and he's got 1 more. Can he pick up 1 more? I reckon the full straight. Yorker coming in again. Rashid has the option of clearing that leg going over mid-off.
Last ball of the innings. And it will be a dot delivery, or no, bye taken So a single to end, relatively expensive over, you can say, 12 runs coming from it. And it allows the Warriors to finish on 140 for 7. They started well, the Warriors, with 45 for 2, and thanks mainly to that partnership between Charles and TKC that got them to some respectability. Again, the end wasn't what this man wanted. Extravaganza will think that, generally speaking, the struggle with the bat has continued for the Warriors.
Sharjah Stadium has been the highest in terms of runs in the first innings this season in the DP World ILT20. If you look at by what the numbers have been, 191, the average first innings score. They are well short, the Warriors, and they've left Vipers with a target of 141. And with the way the team is green and has been going, the way they've been knit, they will be definitely the happier of the two sides as the two teams walk out at the halfway mark.
Support from Case Ahmed, who had an expensive first over, but they'll be quite pleased with their bowling effort. Johnson Charles will be kicking himself because he got another start, 43 from 37, could have been there to the end. It was that one partnership with himself and TKC that brought them to 140 for 7.
Partnerships always important, but the only two that stand out, 62 of 49 between Johnson Charles and Tom Kohler Cadmore. Then Ryan Burl and James Rue providing a little bit impetus towards that back end, 40 of 36, nothing else to write home about for the Warriors. For the bowling, while the Vipers extremely well-knit unit. 3 for Naseem Shah, 2 the leg spin from KS Ahmed, 1 apiece to David Payne and Khuzaima Tanveer. Definitely a clinical job with the ball for the Vipers. 140 for 7. Let's head sidelines to Ridhima Pathak.
Azhar Mahmood here with me, the bowling coach of the Desert Vipers. Well, you guys just seem to have a lot of weapons in your armory in spite of not having Lockie Ferguson, Noor Ahmed. That's a clinical bowling effort.
I think it's absolutely brilliant bowling effort. I think we bowled really well up front in the power play. Even though 1 over went for 21, then we finishing the power play for 45 for 2. And in the middle, like when we need a wicket, so Qais Ahmed produced those 2 wickets in 2 balls, so changed the game in our favor.
How good was Naseem Shah though tonight?
Yeah, he was good. Like first over went for 18, and he showed what a world-class bowler he is, and come back and got a wicket and a mid-in over in that second over. So he's a brilliant bowler.
Well, as a unit, you've been firing from all cylinders. When you look back, what has really stood out for you in this tournament?
I think the discipline we showed with the ball, and like when we bat, we were very disciplined with the taking chances, calculated chances when we bat, and that's the main important thing for us. I think throughout the tournament we execute our plan according to the situation really well, and that's stood up for me. I thought Sam was he bowled 4 overs for 16 runs. I think that was crucial.
Indeed, 141 to chase. What do you make of that total?
Yeah, I think it's a par total on this ground. You never know with the dew coming in, and maybe ball starts spinning a bit more. So we'll see, how it is. But we were very confident to chase this down.
All the best to you, Azhar.
Thank you.
Thanks to Ridhima Pathak and Azhar Mahmood. And that means the Desert Vipers need 141 to win. And if they do, they will become the first team in the tournament history to win 8 out of 10 games in the league stage. All that and more on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back. We're at the halfway mark of match 28. Warriorz versus the Vipers. There's the card. Charles 43 off 37. Colin Cadmore played pretty well, positive for his 20 off 22. Rue 22 off 20, but in the end that 140 is not going to be something they're going to be happy about. They would have wanted another 40 runs at least, I think. Put some pressure on the Vipers.
Yeah, bowlers for the Vipers would have been very happy. Naseem Shah with 3, an economical smell in the context of wicket apiece to Payne and Khuzema up the order, and a couple to the leg spinner. 4 overs 30. Curran was exceptional as well in terms of his economy.
Right, let's have a look at the highlights. They were asked to bat. They needed to get away nice and positively. It was a reasonable start from the Vipers. Payne getting a wicket first up. Mani Patel was on his way. Then soon after that, there was a nick off Kazima. He was gone. Then there's a bit of a partnership. Johnson Charles played some nice shots on the offside. Got the sweeper involved as well. Colin Cadmore was nice and positive as he was going. It was a 62 stand actually at this stage, which was good off 42 deliveries, and they really played some good shots until that happened. Naseem Shah in the attack and picked up a wicket. Johnson Charles continued. Really looked like he was going to try to make a big difference today. But when he got to 43, he just holed out on the leg side of the bowling of Qais Ahmed.
And very soon after that, it was 1 wicket after the other. This one pegs off stump back. A riff snorter of a delivery to Sikandar Raza. Out came Ryan Burl as sub. Tried his hand, paid a few big lusty blows, got to 21. It was Naseem Shah, he hit through the offside, and then James Rue found a corker of a yorker to get his leg stump uprooted. Harmeet Singh then came out, tried to hit one back to Naseem Shah. Once again, Naseem Shah with the reply. That was his 3rd of the night with the ball. 3 for 35. And that's how the innings panned out towards the end. Adil Rashid with 1 big hit into that leg side. Get that final over to 12. And that means the Desert Vipers in this final game of the league stage for them require 141 to win 8 out of 10 games in the league stage.
Right, let's have a look at some of the action. The dispatches of the day, the DP World Dispatch of the season. They're going to be, one of these is going to win at the end. Livingston with a smile on his face. That was outstanding from Gabaz, top tier. Right out of the middle of that blade. This next one coming up is Raw Power. Rodman Power, outstanding work from him. Just belted that a mile. Terrific shot from Rodman Power. Innings of 96 at that stage. That was clever from Cox. Improvisation from him, so really nice work. He's a very talented player, Jordan Cox. And he wasn't the only one to do something like that as well. It was Nasanka who played so well also, getting into the act throughout. Now there's no particular order of these. These are just the ones that are in the hat at the moment. Nasanka and Jordan Cox, Rodman Powell, Ramanullah Gabaz and Liam Livingston are the best 5 at the moment of the DP World Dispatch of the season contenders.
There were moments of brilliance in the field as well, and those are the catches of the season. This was spectacular in the slip quad, and Lius deploy to his left, horizontal, and plucks this out of thin air. That makes it to the table as well. Naveen Ulhaq, this time short third to his left, the ball dipping, make sure he grabbed that just inches off the turf. Qais Ahmed saw him with the ball, saw him in the field, diving cross to the left, horizontal, at that backward point region, and then it was Dre Russ tumbling, turning, rolling, all of it to take a spectacular catch, running back from the big man. Last of them, Liam Dawson, long on and grabs this, running in, makes a nice way in. Those 5 will make it to catch of the season contender. One of them wins a spectacular cycle hub bike. Liam Dawson, Dre Russ, Qais Ahmed, Naveen Ulhaq and Lius deploy, no particular order.
Right, now we've got another big game tomorrow. Here we go. Emirates. Looking to provide a little bit of power. This is going to be an Abu Dhabi, this one. Emirates going to be looking to fire up, of course, keep their form going against the Dubai Capitals. It's going to be from Abu Dhabi, as I said, and that's match number 29. Full of blasters, I would imagine. Right, let's check out that points table, and you can see the Sharjah Warriors, why they needed to get a good total. And unfortunately, they didn't. 140 for 7. They're going to have to bowl really well at the top. The Vipers, Emirates, Capitals, they've all qualified, and there's a hunt for number 4 spot. Giants at the moment are there with their 6 points. The net run rate for the Warriors is not good. That's their problem. Knight Rider's also not good. That's their problem at the moment. So things have got to go well for the Warriors here for them to stay in the hunt, and they've got to win this one pretty comfortably, actually, for that to happen. All right, here come the umpires. Striding out. You're going to want to fire up nice and early. That's going to be the call from Secundaraza. That would have been the chat. Let's make sure we get things going. Wickets right at the top. Get right into this Viper lineup, because they have got their work cut out here, that's for sure. The Warriors have just won 4 matches in the history of ILT20 seasons while batting first. That's out of 19 games. And they've never successfully defended a total of less than 151 runs. That just tells a little bit of a story. It means they're going to have to play out of their shoes, really. Make sure they get up in this one. Hello, Andy. What's your thought pattern at this stage before we get underway in the second innings?
Reading hazy. Greetings to you. Well, they've got their work cut out, haven't they? Under par, I would describe their total as. But if they bowl outstandingly well in these conditions, you can create pressure. What I mean by that, keeping it simple, bowling wicket to wicket on a good length. If you make them hit across the line, excuse me, you've got a really good chance. David Payne substituted out. The man in is the super sub Fakhar Zaman, opening batsman, Pakistani, vastly experienced. 8,500 runs in T20 cricket. His partner out there in the middle is Andries Gous, originally from South Africa, now playing for the US.
Yeah, from the Free States. Andries Gous now, Secundaraza, as he did in the last game. He's going to be opening the bowling. Economy rate in his career is very good at 7.27. We have not seen the best by any means of Fakhar Zaman so far in season 4. He hasn't got going at all. He needs to make sure he really gets some runs, because he gets runs very quickly when he does play well. He needs to find some form for the important games. There's the man on strike. Putting the ball away from him. That's what he's looking to do most of the time.
Yep, turning it away, but also skidding it on. From this angle from around the wicket, the LBW is on, that's for sure.
65 runs for Fakhar Zaman, strike rate of 122. That's all for him. He normally goes much higher than that. Singh does nicely, good attacking.
Well, Secundaraza is throwing out the challenge here to Fakhar Zaman. He's saying, you want to take me onto the short side, which is on his leg side? You go across the line, mate.
Got that man at cow corner, which Fakhar Zaman has just looked at now. Pretty straight, actually, at cow corner. Backing away, or looking to work it in that exact direction.
It's a big slog, isn't it? I wouldn't even describe it as a slog sweep. Simple slog. Secundaraza just missing off stump on that occasion. Right-hander Andries Gous coming on strike. Secundaraza comes over the wicket now. And he's got a deep mid-wicket and a long on. The two men out of the circle.
It is a goose house, by the way. He hasn't played for a while. He did that calf strain, Andries Gous. Did that pretty well. He's a good striker of the ball. Some runs in one of the very early games, did Gous. 58, actually.
He looked good then, didn't he? Played a series of wonderful pull shots off the spinners and off the seamers. I don't think he's going to play a lot of pull shots on this wicket.
They need to get a good little partnership going, these two guys. Are both very different players. One has not had any form of late due to injury. The other one has not had any form because of no big scores, basically. He's glancing towards that leg side. There's Fakazaman. Contested. Ball that one again, Secunda.
Nice take by James Rue down the leg side. Yes, Fakazaman eyeing up that short leg side boundary. He'll be taking a risk if he goes with a cross bat. Balls from Secunda Raza at the moment, skidding on low.
Slower that time, sent back by his partner. Bowser off quickly, but he got back. End of the first over, very tiny, 3 for none. So being asked about first, the Warriors would have wanted to post somewhere around the 180 mark. That would have been, I'm sure, their initial thought to try and put pressure on the Vipers so they can get in a situation where they can win by 20 or 30 runs, which would help their net run rate dramatically. It hasn't happened. Garava into the attack now.
Garava, the left arm fast bowler from Zimbabwe, can get the ball to swing back into the right hander, and he's got Gauss on strike.
Very good start. Nice line.
Well, Richie Ngarava has recently been named captain of the Test team and of the ODI side for Zimbabwe. So leadership potential in the young man. You don't often see fast bowlers captaining their countries. But here his task is opening the bowling, knocking over this top order.
He's a tall lad. That's hit that thigh pad quite hard. Side the stump, safely home. No hesitation from Kazaman as he pulled him through.
Good pace that. Upwards of 138 kilometres an hour. A little bit of in-swing. The big strong guy is Richie Ngarava. He can get that on line, swinging in to hit middle. That'll be the perfect delivery. Like we saw a little bit of that from David Payne when the Vipers opening bowlers were operating. They've really got to use the swing while it's there. It won't last long. Down at the left-hander now.
It's beautifully bowled. That is really good. They've had a real problem with their economy rate throughout season 4. The DP World ILT20 Sharjah Warriors. They're the worst, actually, the pace bowling department. 9.65 is how they've travelled. So he's got an opportunity to really add to that, get it back on track. Like he's got some pretty good rhythm. Bit of width. On pretty quickly to the man at backward square on the offside.
That's a good example of width flying away quickly towards the boundary. He had the protection, but he'll want those balls arrowing in at the stumps. That's the ideal. I know they haven't got any wickets yet. They're 10 balls, but it's been a tight start. Even with a small chase. No boundaries so far. The pressure will start ramping up pretty quickly.
Now that's a glove. That might be out. That's a good catch. Rue's taking that catch. I think that's gone. I think that's the first wicket going down. It is. They picked up their first. So that is outstanding work. Really good grab from the keeper, Rue. And more importantly, the left arm for Zimbabwe is struck nice and early.
Yes, great work from both the Warriors players up front here in power play. Richie Ngarava changing his length, whacking it in hard. A quick bouncer. catches Gauss on the glove, and then it's the gloves of James Roux diving backwards to pouch what's a really good catch, actually. And that is the breakthrough they wanted. On top of that pressure they've built over almost 2 overs, Gauss gone for 1, Vipers 5 for 1.
The new partner for the team Desert Vipers is Matt Fulmer.
Holden at the crease now. And Garava, last ball is first over. To dot ball, top first over. 2 done, 5 for 1.
After 2 overs, 5 for 1, Desert Vipers.
Richard and Garava's picked up the first wicket. Here's a look at the commentators' predictions. Oh, they're all on the Snakes. Everyone's back in the Snakes tonight. 1 for 1. And Garava's first over. Terrific stuff. Sikandar Raza now. That's through that inner ring, and that's going to go, I think. And a bit of a tease. Yep. Just travels to the advertising triangle for 4. That's number 611. Big ticket 4 of the tournament. Play big, dream bigger.
And that's width from Raza. Not ideal.
Flight that time. The man's out there and he's taken the catch comfortably. Hardly moved. Sikandar Raza started a huge celebration there. Man out there did not have to move one bit, basically. Simple catch taken. That is a gift.
Ryan Burl pouching that on the boundary. Zimbabwean's debut for Sharjah Warriors. And Raza corrects his line, angles in at those stumps, and it's a low bounce that catches the inside edge of Bakar Zaman's flailing bat. Interesting technique from Ryan Burl. Crocodile-like, some might say. A great shot of the skipper, the Sharjah Warriors skipper. That's how much it means to him. Bakar Zaman gone for 6. 2 down for 9.
The new partner for the Desert Vipers is the captain, Sam Coleman. On the bowling side, the captain of the team, Sikandar Raza. On the batting side, the captain of the team, Sam.
Well, the Vipers, well, they've lost 2 now. Sam Curran arrives. He's been terrific in season 4. In fact, he's always terrific in this game. 5,142 runs, strike rate's outstanding. Zimbabweans are having a great time out there. Son of a Zimbabwean out there batting. Zimbabwean's just taken the catch. Zimbabwean bowling. And Garava's a Zimbabwean and a Zimbabwean in the commentary box. They're taking over. arm ball that he has, Secundaraza.
Good pressure from the Zimbabwean.
Two down, inside 3 overs. That's impressive. That's through that inner ring. He knows he didn't get that one right, Secundaraza. Tom Abel tidies up.
Wakazaman looking for the big hit. Had hit a boundary the ball before. Cut shot. This one was meant to go over mid-on. A perfect piece of tactical play from Raza, placing the man perfectly at mid-wicket for the miss-hit.
A flight that time. The match-up, the ball turning away. Top stuff from Secundaraza. 11 for 2 after 3. Christmas presents delivered, being enjoyed at the moment. A couple of presents being gifted in the middle right now. Max Holden. So batted pretty well actually, Max Holden. He was retired in one game. Since then he's been nice and positive. Hasn't it a 6 though? Oh, that's down. Wow, that could have been extraordinary had that been taken. Would have been a fine, fine catch. Very sharp to Burl.
Well, Ryan Burl at backward point was very close. He was herring in there. Max Holden cut hard on a ball with a bit of width from Richie and Garava. And he saw it. It just got onto him so quickly. That would have been an absolute screamer if he'd got it.
Other Zimbabwean trying to get into the game. What's going on here in Sharjah? Is there a rule about 10 Zimbabweans have to be at the ground today? Would have been amazing, 3 down.
Really would have. That was a good hit from Holden. It went quickly at Burl. Burl was at least 5 meters off that inner circle.
Garava again. Short delivery. Garava picked up a wicket. The big fella's taken a bit of a tumble there on Garava, but he's okay. He's picked himself up. He picked up the first wicket to go down. Short delivery. Very good catch, this one. It's a contender for the Cycle Hub catch of the season. The best catch of the season wins a stylish and very cool bike brought to you by the Cycle Hub. And James Rue it was who took that catch in the end. Stretching nice and high. Really good grab. Good stuff from Garava.
Well, he bowled a series of good length balls, and that was the surprise bouncer.
A swing that time from Garava.
Well, he's bowling at 2 left-handers here. One of them, that man, Sam Curran, will know his bowling really well. They will have spent time in their youth, I would imagine, playing against each other, or playing with each other. Max Holden on strike now.
Short. Very good bouncer, actually. Good line. Had to play that well to control it. Double up and come back with 2. Right, we've got our Vizzy question. Vizzy presents Jawa Dekal Inam Pau contest. How many players did the Vipers buy in the DP World ILT20 auction? A12, B13, C14, D15. Also, how many Zimbabweans did they buy? No, I just made that up at the end there. A, B, C, and D. Answers tomorrow. So the winners, of course, tomorrow, and a smart TV on offer. Nicely bowled, saw him charging and tucked it nice and tight.
Garava making the adjustment there. Holden likes using his feet to the seamers. And to put them off their length. Garava adjusted his line, speared it towards his feet.
Holden, he's got, before this knock, 252 balls he's faced and has not hit a 6 in season 4. Some nice totals from him. Slower delivery that time, just over the top, and that's going to go away for 4. It's a nice way to sign off that over. 8 from it, 4 done, 19 for 2. This is action-packed, this game.
Exhilarating. Nice shot. Brilliant shot, in fact. That's a big side of the ground, but it flew across that outfield.
Yeah, top draw. This shot is the one that is on the seam, just floats back in, and Sam Curran has belted this through the offside. Great timing on that, keeps his posture as well. Nice strike.
Crafty performer, Sikandar offers great value, sometimes with bat, sometimes with ball, and he's an excellent fielder too. Not easy with the moisture in the outfield. A bit of each way spin if the ball is gripping, or just slide it on.
Look at the variations he bowls with. The off spinner, the one that just floats because there's a way he positions the seam. Not afraid to give the ball a little bit of air. They're searching for wickets here, the Warriors. Have the opposition 23 for 2. Great start. Hopefully the ball has just got enough in terms of grip and hold.
$23 for 2.
Sikandar Raza very early bring himself on, the pace on delivery, a little bit of width, went through the offside and he took it out completely in terms of pace. Gave the ball a little bit of air, 80 Ks, a drop in pace. Fakhar Zaman held out in the deep. Skipper struck timely.
Richard Ngarava is out of the attack. Junaid Siddiqui back in the starting 11 tonight. 3 wickets so far this season. He's got a deep square leg. A deep backward point. Last over of the power play as well sometimes can be a challenge.
only got 3 wickets in the season. He missed the last 3 games on the trot. You can see his left hand bandaged. It was a return catch down in Abu Dhabi there. He just split his webbing. Had to be taken for surgery. They deem him match fit. Now obviously his non-bowling arm can now play his part back for the Warriors.
We'll have to reload that. Out there again and another wide.
Looking at the way the field is set, there's 4 men on that offside boundary and inside the circle. Point, backward point in the circle, very close together. Short third or slip. Catching man just next to the keeper. And in between, there's a deep backward point. A square fine as well, third as well. Just looking for that angle outside the off stump. Couple of occasions now, both have been wides.
Round the wicket. And better line. Just one. Power play's had some action with a couple of wickets falling. And a few boundaries in the 1x bat power play. And when it's on, you can expect some activity. Crucial time for both teams. And time to find out who can gain an early advantage. Even a drop catch in there. Warriors won the power play in their last game, but the score was so meager they ended up getting turned over. And they win this one. I'm happy as well to see, personally happy to see Richard Ngarava in this ILT20, DP World ILT20. Because I've wondered for a number of years now, he's now the Test captain and the ODI captain of Zimbabwe, but even before that, given his bowling skill, given his height, given his experience, why he hasn't been around the leagues, the bigger leagues, a little bit more, because I think he has the skill, definitely has the skill. So good to see him getting a second game in this tournament, having played for the Capitals.
A better line and a better length now from Junaid Siddiqui with a round arm angle around the wicket. And you make that point with Richard Ngarava. Mentioned 2 games, they've been over 2 seasons. He's been with the Warriors and only gets his first game tonight. Could very well be the last for the Warriors if they don't turn over the Vipers and then hope for the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders v Gulf Giants to go in the favour. Record 152 T20 wickets. That vantage point, his height.
You combine that, left arm seamers are gold in this format of the game. So he's played in a couple of leagues. So I hope that this is an opportunity here in the DP World ILT20 in the coming seasons for Richard to ply his trade and to help a team out to push deep into the tournament. If it doesn't happen this season, we don't know. There's still time for the Warriors. They've got to win, and win by some margin to keep their hopes alive. Can't find the gap, so the power play ends. A good over from Siddiqui, 28 for 2. belt will be awarded for the best batter at the end of the tournament. Sam Curran at number 3. Jordan Cox played beautifully in the last game to see his team over the line against the Sharjah Warriors with Jayan Jahangir, both very valuable half centuries. Into the gap it goes.
And struck with some force. Max Holden now picks up his second boundary. There were 2 fielders on that leg side boundary, but clears the front leg and is hit hard and in front of square. Ends the turn as well from Sikandar Raza. Looking to hit it all across the turf.
Got some bat on it very late. Back-to-back boundaries for Holden.
Look on Sikandar Raza's face, because he would have hoped for this to go anywhere. Slightly adventurous from Max Holden, going early for the reverse. Under edge onto the pads of James Rue. And the ricochet from there finds the fence. So back-to-back boundaries. A little bit of impetus with the runs for the Vipers.
It's important as well because Adil Rashid will have to come into the attack, and I suspect that if the 2 left-handers are still there, it will be Adil Rashid from the far end, the opposite end from which Sikandar Raza is bowling, because of the boundary dimensions. Some people don't feel you should play the boundary dimensions. I think you have to utilize them. It dictates where your bowlers bowl from generally and where batters will look to go big. Straight and big enough. So Holden does hit a 6. His first of the tournament. DP World dispatch of the day. Adaptability is crucial in sport and logistics, and this dispatch from Holden was adaptability personified. Just for our analyst.
Yeah, just over. Really clean strike. And he's nearly chopped it on, but an expensive over for Sikandar to close his spell out. 14 come from it, 7 overs done, 42 for 2, and we take a break for a timeout.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to announce the winners of the record of the national tourney. The names what will be on the screen today. So the winner for record of the national tourney is the winner for ILT20 Pro. The national tourney is Abdullah Rahman, number 3.28643. Next, the winner for Legislation by OCTC is Ashish. The number is 3.29349. And the third winner, who will be shocking about your worth 1,000 dirham, is Sharjah. Because Sharjah because the number is 3.28649. Big congratulations to all the winners. Thank you. And you can also be part of this level draw. And now next, the winners for match number 23 are the winner for ILT20 Pro is Vivek Chadha. The number is 3.300869. The winner for Legislation by OCTC is Lyndon Earl. The number is 3.300933. And the winner for Shopping October 1000 is Pradeep Pipalba. The number is 3.301206. So big congratulations to all the winners. And Sharjah, आपकी winners बन सकते हैं. आपकी यहाँ पर हर मैच के हर रोज ये प्राइजेस देख सकते हैं जो मिले हैं ILT20 Pro. So आपने क्या करना है, आपने आने वाले मैचेस के टिकट्स परचेज करनी है, तो टिकट्स परचेज करिए और आप आने वाले मैचेस में इस रेफर ड्रॉ में पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं. And your ticket is the proof to get into this रेफर ड्रॉ. So आप खरीदिए टिकट्स आने वाले मैचेस की और आप जीतिए शानदार प्राइजेस जो आपको यहाँ पर ILT20 सीजन 4 में मिल रहे हैं. So now everyone, एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दो.
Another 99 needed from 78 balls for the Vipers to try to clinch a win. They were already qualified in the top 2 for the playoffs. Rouge. There's the balance of power right now.
Important spell. Great bowler. He's got all the tricks up his sleeve, Adil Rashid. And he's played his part for the Sharjah Warriors. Every now and then when the team has found themselves in trouble, that man on screen, the captain, has turned to Adil Rashid and he has delivered.
That's it!
Dropped it. It carried. It definitely carried.
Sagar Khan there, running in from the deep, and he gets there. Then he's got a bag of tricks, Adil Rashid, and could have had one on his very first delivery of the spell. Second delivery, beg your pardon.
Ready.
Yeah, the Sharjah Warriors need everything going their way. A lot riding on the 2 points, and if they can turn over the Vipers with some runs in terms of cushion for that net run rate, chance goes a-begging.
What has been happening here? One of the things, the challenges for the Vipers is that they've soaked up or absorbed 29 dot balls. Nearly 5 overs of dot balls already. They were very good prior to this, but just a little rusty and hitting fielders at the moment.
They're actually the best team in terms of rolling or rotating the strike. They play the least amount of dot deliveries overall in the 9 games they've played prior to today. Top stuff from Adil Rashid to start. 8 done, 45 for 2.
After 8 overs, 45-2. Doesn't bite us.
Vipers are working hard to get rhythm and tempo to their innings. 45 for 2. Max Holden had a flurry of boundaries. It was off the bowling of Sikandar Raza. It was a productive over for the Vipers. Can they use that energy now and propel this partnership forward? 36 from 36 at the moment. Mike Hazeman alongside me.
Still trying to get over the fact that Holden hit a 6. On him.
It's controlled and in the gap. Didn't really look like he was putting muscle on that stroke, but so good is his placement. And he gets a big reward.
Such a fine player, Sam Curran. He's such a good early picker-up of length. Not the tallest, that probably helps him a little bit, but he had no problem whatsoever. Time to spare with that and hit it well in front of square. Really good stuff. Siddiqui's struggling with his rhythm after that split webbing on the sidelines for some time, which is a bit of a blow for the Warriors throughout season 4. 152 balls today, before today, for Max Holden without a 6. And now he's done it. Good on him.
Short again. Siddiqui just trying to
find the perfect length on this surface.
And that brings Holden on strike. Let's have a look at that 6. It was floated up, invited to belt that for half a dozen runs, and he did it quite comfortably in the end. Teammates, I think, would have been quite delighted to see that go over the rope. He wasn't.
Holden once more with the start. 24 from 18. Quick single. Nice awareness from Sam Curran. Something you need to appreciate from Sam Curran, the way he plays the situation. Is not necessarily just about the big shots. He's well aware as to where his team is at in this chase, and he's playing accordingly. So good mixture of aggression and intelligence in his approach. Not afraid to run the quick singles and appreciate the value of that in getting to their target.
Just look at those numbers for Sam Curran. The other thing you've got to appreciate is his consistency, whether it's with bat or ball. He's so consistent. Performs superbly with both.
He's one of those players that has blossomed with leadership and responsibility. Of course, the stand-in captain, now appointed captain for this franchise, Desert Vipers, in the absence of Lockie Ferguson.
Lockie Ferguson's a blow with that injury. He's certainly had some problems with his legs over the last 12 to 18 months. Lockie Ferguson. Give hard yards over the years. Let's hope he's going to be repairing okay. It's a grade 2 tear, we understand.
The play and a miss. We've seen quite a few like this from Max Holden. Importantly, he's still there.
Calf muscle that Lockie Ferguson did. The last game they played.
There's Tom Moody, left of screen. Active cricketer for this Vipers team. Simon Helmut, right of screen. Fielding coach for this franchise.
First team to qualify. With their 6 wins, they qualified very, very early.
Just trying to get the ball away, Max Holden. Getting in a tangle. After 9, 52 for 2. Warriors up against it. A really good start in the first 6. Restricted the Vipers for a lowest powerplay score, 28 for 2. But beyond that, haven't really found the energy.
Just been having a bit of fun about the fact that Holden has just hit his first 6. But it's quite interesting looking at some of the records before today. The Vipers have actually hit they've been playing superbly, but they've hit the fewest number of 6s, just 41, versus the Giants, who are top of the table, with 74. So there's a big break there.
Work from Adil Rashid, just creating pressure. He's hoping that something will give and bring the Warriors another wicket.
This track's got the slider written all over it for him. That was a wrong one, getting a little bit of turn out of it, but he'll be looking to set the batsman up here for the slider. That's that he bowls so successfully. Adil Rashid. 2 wickets and 1 over actually at this ground early in the season.
Yeah, I was not going to say leading wicket taker for the Warriors, I beg your pardon. 11 wickets to his name. Swatted back past the bowler. Strong enough to beat the 2 deep fielders, so great precision once more from Holden.
And nicely played, he had plenty of time to get back and put that where he wanted to go. What was he thinking about in that region? Always value for shots there. A little bit of pressure back on Rashid.
I'm sure these two will speak about Al-Rashid and the threat that he possesses with the ball. They can blunt him. That's part of the job achieved.
Not easy, of course, with the ball getting wet with the dew. He's got the rag out, which all the bowlers tend to carry. It's good that someone else does a little bit of work for you, and then you get the dry ball. The bowlers these days are so good at bowling with a ball that's a little bit on the damp side due to the dew. Doesn't overly concern them, but it's nice to get it as dry as they possibly can, because they do want to give it as good a rip as they can.
Blighted, but great response from Sam Curran. We've spoken about his form with ball and with bat. And he nailed this one. 50 partnership comes up.
He did that so easily. A little bit of extra flight. It seems to be the slower delivery that's disappearing with Adil Rashid at the moment. Saw that with Qais Ahmed a little bit earlier today when he started bowling a little bit quicker. Giving a bit of a ripper, he was getting better results. That's a fine shot.
Was defensive. Last ball of the over. 12 runs coming from it. 64 for 2. To the left run scoring for the Vipers for this game. 260 runs to Sam Curran. Max Holden 252. Both in their 20s at the moment. That's over 12 runs. On 5 overs, 41 runs. No wickets, so beyond the 2 wickets in that power play phase, the Vipers red back. Zakir Khan, UAE bowler, now with his opportunity. Put on a catch earlier. Will that affect the way he goes about this spell? Things that Sam Curran doesn't miss out on is the bad deliveries, over pitch deliveries. He's one to ensure that they travel. Just like on this occasion, Mike Haseman, over pitch delivery from Adil Rashid. It was bludgeoned.
Yeah, it was a little bit slower, that one. He just climbed all over it and just belted that. It's a very, very fine shot. Really good work. Clean hit. Really good. Fine player, Sam Curran. There's a look at the zones that he likes, and that's his strong zone.
He may favour that long on mid-wicket region. You can dub him a 360 type player too. He's got that aspect to his game.
Turning into him, so of course it was going into that arc, and that's where he dispatched it through that mid-wicket and long on region. Good, strong scoring zone, always has been for Sam Curran.
Got away. So important for batters to mesh together to create the chemistry required for success with the bat, and these two, they've done it.
Yeah, the stand's 58 or 52, but it's from a recovery of 2 for 9. That's how well they had to play. And there's been some really nice strong shots here from both of them, actually. Really good work. Making the bowlers work as hard as they possibly can, putting away anything they recognise generally towards that fence. So good stuff from these two guys. They would like to continue, I'm sure, for some time yet.
Goes for the paddle. That's impressive. He tried it earlier in his innings, didn't come off. but now he'll be quite pleased with this outcome. Holding.
Over the top of the keeper, and just high enough as well. Ended up, actually, after he played this shot, you'll see him exit right pretty quickly here. It is off pretty much the middle of the blade, so it's nicely done. He ended up about 15 yards away when he finally gathered his composure after playing that shot. Well done.
And that's commonly referred to as the dill scoop, seen by the former Sri Lankan international.
Interview with Dilshan, he said that every time he went down to play that shot, didn't matter if it was a red ball game or a white ball game, he still played it. Every time he went down to play it, he said he had no doubt whatsoever that he was going to hit it every time. And he did. His dentist got a little bit concerned, apparently. Is the recovery from Holden eventually. Good shot. Nice improvisation.
Quiet single to end the over. 3 for 2.
Like it might be a little bit of a tough call from here. The ball to the umpires quite a bit to come to rise over the last little while. Is obviously worried about going out of shape a little bit, I think, because of the dampness around the place. But every time he gets the thumbs up, he got the double thumbs up that time from Rod Tucker.
Nice crowd in Sharjah. Of course, the 5th match this season at this venue. One of 3 venues used. Is the highest scoring venue we've experienced so far. So you have to put that caveat that limited number of matches hosted thus far.
And a couple of issues with the heavy rain we had, which meant a quick move was made for one of the games to Dubai. Amit Singh now into the attack. Well, very nicely in the last game, actually. Amit Singh, he's very experienced from the USA. Economy rate under 7s, good work. Best of 4 for 18. Italy has very good control.
Plan here surely is ensure that he finishes the ball on the stumps, give himself a higher chance or probability of getting a wicket.
Think about him as well, he's a good competitor, Amit Singh.
So Fiefielders leg side. Confirms that the line should be straight. And he goes across the line, he probes the umpire and gets his support. So the bowling change works in favor of the Warriors. And the review is taken, so we'll have to wait and see.
We've got an LBW review given out on field. It's a fair delivery. Just looking at split screen now. Roll this through. Roll this through. Roll it through. Okay, just go back a bit, please, if you can. Roll through. Okay, it's just, ball goes close to the back. We go to ultra edge when it's available, please. Roll it through. There's a gap there on the left-hand side as we roll it through. Okay, there's no bat involved, so we can go to ball tracking when available, please. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching outside off, impacts in line. And wickets is umpire's call, so the review's retained. Stay with your out decision right, and let's know you're on screen.
So good initial decision by the barest of margins, the ball clipping that leg stump. And it means Sam Curran has to trudge back to the pavilion. The breakthrough comes eventually for the Warriors, and it's timely.
It was a big celebration, that's for sure, when he got the wicket. Curran goes to 25, breaks that partnership with 64 as well. 73 for 3.
Now here's another batter for the Vipers with over 200 runs this season. Another consistent performer. Has contributed significantly with the bat in the success that we've seen from the Vipers this season. 7 wins so far. They iron up an 8. He's a player that will take a little bit of time to get in, but he is a stroke maker. Dan Lawrence.
Bit of buzzing out there from the Sharjah Warriors right now. They've broken that all-important partnership. 68 from 53 required from here. Secunda Raza likes an opportunity to get into a game.
So after a bit of a stay with lefties, a right-hander gets off the mark.
So nice when you pick up a wicket first ball. Harmeet Singh into the attack. A little bit quicker, didn't bounce too much. Cannon into that back thigh. Looked very adjacent from this perspective, and upheld once it was sent upstairs with the umpire's call. Harmeet Singh just disappeared about 30 metres to the left after he picked up that wicket. He saw the finger go up. Big wicket. Sam Curran.
Tickle just for a single. And just being inventive. The deft touch. Thing that Dan Lawrence wouldn't want to do is absorb dot deliveries in the situation and take that required rate high. 7.7 at the moment. Get off strike. Build a partnership. That will be the call. That's 1 dot in the over.
It's tight bowling this. This is really good stuff from Harmeet Singh. He's setting a terrific tone at exactly the right time.
Great use of the feet. Advancement. And he deposits this one out of the ground.
That's a great shot. Easy as you like. He's a fine player, Dan Lawrence. Hit that so cleanly. Really fine shot. That might be a contender for the DP World Dispatch of the day, that one. Just picked it up superbly. Lowish on the bat. Not too much bounce out there at the moment. We just belted that for 6. 83 metres.
So pressure back on Harmeet. He responds well with a dot delivery to end the over. So 8 coming from it, 81 for 3 after 12.
Desert Vipers, 81 for 3, requiring another 60 runs in the last 8 overs. That is the equation. Will become the first team in the history of the DP World ILT20 to win 8 out of their 10 games in the league stage. First team to get a Q next to their name as well. Have secured the top spot as well. Jason Roy slotted in to come in next at the moment. Max Holden. Deft touch, smart and extremely effective. Max Holden playing a phenomenal hand here. He races to 40.
Richie Ngarava swinging his arms round as if he wasn't properly warm for that. Well, that's not okay. That's width. And you're allowing a batsman a cross-bat shot on this pitch. That's not where you want to be. Angle in at those stumps, Richie Ngarava. Make sure you're ready to spear him in at full pace on a good length.
Catch it is the call, not quite sure it was off the bat. sound that comes off the pad, a bit of a thud. Last ball of the previous over. Dan Lawrence with the dancing shoes on gave the Sharjah crowd a catching opportunity. Plenty of height on that as well, along with the distance, 19 meters vertical. Crosses the fence, 83 meters. That's a big hit. One that hasn't allowed their spinners really to settle for the Sharjah Warriors. Harmeet Singh, Adil Rashid. Placement through the offside. Look to come back for 3. Tag team onto the boundary, and they do return for 3.
A good slide on the boundary from Ryan Burl. Popped it up to the man backing him up. Tom Abel herring around from extra cover. Will fumble at cover.
There's the DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam. Use the latest technology, just like the DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam. That's a shot that you can see the vantage point off the turf. Brings you unique angles, and it's like DP World and we together keep the trade flowing with the latest technology. Look at the timeline at the bottom of the screen. Yes, the 1 wicket that of Sam Curran. Harmeet Singh got him plumb in front of the stumps, but they've kept the scoreboard ticking along. It was myself and Ian Bishop on commentary earlier on. 8 overs in, 7 overs to be exact. Up until that point, they'd already played 29 dot deliveries. Since then, Max Holden and Sam Curran came in. Yes, they got the boundaries, but they rotated strike really well. Ran well between the wickets.
Yeah, their power play was very restricted, wasn't it? Warriors put a lot of pressure on those top 4. Gous and Fakar went early, and then Holden came together with Curran. That was an outstanding partnership of 64. And as you say, they didn't let the spinners settle. Now in Garava, after the Curran wicket in the previous over to Harmeet, he wasn't able to keep the pressure on. They've Holden a cut shot, which flew for 4. Then there was another hit past cover. Raza dived past it. That was another 3 onto the total, so a release of pressure in the over after Curran fell.
And the key has been Max Holden. Great partnership between himself and Sam Curran when they found themselves in a spotter ball at 9 for 2. Warriors were very good to pick up a couple of wickets. But the games keep coming thick and fast. It is in Abu Dhabi at the Zayed Cricket Stadium. It is the My Emirates and the Dubai Capitals. Bring you live action 6 p.m. The first ball to be bowled at 6:30 p.m. local time. It is still to be deciding who ends up 1, 2 and 3. 3 teams have qualified. Vipers 1, My Emirates 2nd on that table. Capitals the 3rd. This game important to see whether the Warriors can shake things up for that 4th spot. There's a lot riding on this game, not just for one team, but for 3 teams. If the Sharjah Warriors go out tonight, the winner of that game that is coming to you on the 28th, the winner of that game goes through. So James Vince and Jason Holder and their sides will be watching keenly. At the moment, the Warriors need a wicket. Ten from the over, 13 done. The Vipers 91 for 3. Vipers and the Warriors, one take on 6, important for the 3 teams at 4, 5 and 6. Sharjah Warriors win. They'll want to win with a few runs up their sleeves to provide cushion, and then they'll hope the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders can get the better of Gulf Giants, but not by too much. The Sharjah Warriors go out tonight. The winner of the Gulf Giants and the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders on the 28th will be the 4th team to qualify. Sharjah Warriors need to hold the Vipers down before they can get these 50 runs from the last 7 overs. Harmeet Singh to continue. Catch it is the call. The only one catching it is the fielder on the deep. Tom Caller Cadmore, and Harmeet Singh now strikes twice.
Well, the Vipers have been excellent chasers this year, and every chase pretty much has been led by Sam Curran. Sam Curran out for 25 a couple of overs ago. It's leaving it to a couple of these other boys tonight. Lawrence with a 6 down the ground against Harmeet in his previous over. Tries the repeat. Pays the price. Tom Caller Cadmore, good hands, good catcher. Harmeet Singh keeping Warriors in the game. Lawrence gone for 9. Vipers 91 for 4.
Desert Vipers now find themselves 4 down. There's Harmeet Singh, who struck in back-to-back overs. This field, the game hangs in the balance. Every time the Desert Vipers find a partnership, the Warriors strike back.
Well, Dan Lawrence, the Essex and England batsman, holding out at long on with less than 7.5 runs an over required. Uruj asked me, would you do that in an international match, England versus Australia? And then she caught herself. She caught herself.
Yeah, change the countries around. It's just difficult to fathom. The rate only 7 runs an over. You've hit him for a 6 in that previous over. You're ahead of the game. And like you said, Andy, Sam Curran has done the bulk of the chasing in the games. There's been a few close ones for the Vipers. Yes, they are through, and they are very comfortable right on top. And Harmeet Singh today has been the best of the Warriors bowlers. Let's feel on that occasion, he just pulled the length back, and Dan Lawrence decided to have a go at him on the very first delivery.
Yeah, the sort of contentment you find from walking off not out at the end of an innings when you've chased something down. It's a great feeling. Coaches love it too. Coaches and selectors. Dan's not going to have that feeling tonight. Perhaps Max Holden's the man. Jason Roy. Well, Harmeet is spearing that ball in. He's not looking for much turn, but he's got the angle. Looks like there's a bit of dew out there on that outfield.
Will drop in front, just short of the sweeper on the offside. Another excellent over for Harmeet Singh. 3 and the important wicket of Sam Curran. 94 for 4. Big partnership between Sam Curran and Max Holden, which was undone. Sam Curran to Harmeet Singh, then Dan Lawrence as well. A couple of timely strikes has the Desert Vipers 94 for 4. And Jason Roy and Holden will hope to hold things together for the remaining 47 runs to victory.
Jason Roy on strike to Adil Rashid. How much would they have placed each other in the nets over the years? Oh, a little bit of pressure building here. Rashid taking the pace off the ball. Sikandar Raza doing some outstanding fielding in the inner ring. Great stop in Harmeet's over.
Impact outside. It is the wrong one coming back in. Just felt in real time that the impact was outside. Now Adil Rashid has the best view of this. He'll ask the keeper, of course, James Rue, but from front on. All right then, let's send this upstairs.
We've got an LBW review, give a not out on field. It's a fair delivery, just looking at split screen now. Roll this through. Roll this through. Here, roll it through. Okay, hits the glove here. Just roll through. Hits the glove and goes straight into the pad. So it's hit the glove. You can stay with your original decision, Ghazi, of not out. The review was lost. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Smack on the glove, and probably outside the line as well. Rashid creating chances. He was desperate for that wicket, wasn't he? Good pressure build-up.
Asking for the left-hander to drag him into the shorter side, so bowling the wrong one. And we're talking about dew earlier on, and you can definitely see droplets now forming on the grass blade, so it must be very difficult for the likes of Harmeet Singh, especially the wrist spin, and Adil Rashid to grip the ball. It's been a feature throughout the tournament. Or in Abu Dhabi a couple of days ago as well, where Haider Ali was bowling. Top quality bowling from Adil Rashid. Has the batter guessing at the other end, Jason Roy.
Well, that's a nice wrong end, isn't it? Not aimed at the stumps this time, but certainly beating him on the inside. That time a leg spinner. I don't think Roy was sure which way it was going to turn. Therefore got the miss hit. Only a single. Good over from Adil Rashid. 97 for 4.
You look at the way these franchise cricket teams and leagues play out, you get so many of the same in terms of matchup, in terms of Adil Rashid v Jason Roy, not from a matchup cricket point of view, just from how much cricket they might have played together. And the fact that you sit here and see they try to outsmart each other in spite of knowing what either of them have up their sleeve. Just on that occasion, just the 3 runs from Adil Rashid, great stuff.
Great matchup, that, isn't it? Adil Rashid versus Jason Roy. That's the equation. 44 of 30 balls. Required rate up to 8.8. If Harmeet can bowl a tight one here and get it up above 9s, required, those batsmen are going to feel that pressure. Absolutely.
Catches the call and it's been taken. Harmeet Singh, he is bowling a magical spell here for the Warriors. He has now picked up an important wicket, and in his 4th over, 3rd over, he's got 1 in either.
3 for 11 for Harmeet Singh. Jason Roy, who is unaccustomed to batting in the middle order, he struggled a little time. The ball holding slightly from Harmeet. He had to get in front of Max Holden, who generously backed away to allow Harmeet to come in front of him. Jason Roy, those 9 balls, he only got 4. Leeds Vipers are 97 for 5. And umpire Tucker calls timeout.
Sharjah crowd right in there. Is their home side, just have a spring in their step. They have the opposition 5 down, and out walks Hassan Nawaz. 1,447 runs, a healthy strike rate overall. But in this tournament, he hasn't really made a mark. 99 runs only in the 9 innings. Strike rate also 122 for Hassan Nawaz. Yes, he's a big ball striker. Comes in with his team in a slight spot of bother. Decide to start off a bit dangerously.
That was a nervy little start, wasn't it? This is the wicket. This is why Hassan Nawaz is at the crease. Jason Roy, hard hands, looking to punch the ball down to mid-off, I think. The ball just held a little, as it does at Sharjah Stadium. Held a little, and he was through his shot. Jubilant, Harmeet. He's been excellent. 3 for 12. 2 and a bit overs. He'll be bowling his 4, no doubt.
It's been fantastic for him. Picked up 3 wickets. And all have been from the very first delivery of his over, each of his overs. Look at that, targeting the stumps throughout. Sam Curran, Dan Lawrence, and then Jason Roy. It's been immaculate with the length, but look at the grouping, the line. Everything finishing in line with the stumps. For the Warriors, he still has another over after this.
Well, that was a brilliant picture of his bowling, wasn't it? Attacking the stumps constantly. A batsman looks at those balls differently as soon as they're threatening the stumps. This time an arm ball, shot through, skidding through low. Probably meant to hit that off stump. He's gone for the wide ball there. I don't think he needs to. He just needs to keep attacking those stumps. 3 for 14 and almost 3 overs. He knows what he's doing, though.
Just darting it in short and wide. Good that Javadullah got down in time to stop a certain boundary. Great over again from Harmeet. 16 done, 101 for 5.
.40 required from the last 4. And what's critical here is not only that the dot ball count is mounted significantly to 49, but there is this 1 over of Adil Rashid and 1 other over from Harmeet, who's got 3 for 15. Then you're back to your paces. For the last couple, Darren Ganga, how do you see this going?
Well, the energy is with the Warriors, given what we've seen from them in this little phase of bowling. That required rate running from 7 to now just over 10. They have pulled themselves back into this contest, thanks mainly to their bowlers and this man on screen. 3 wickets for very few runs. I also think that you can't rule the Vipers out as well, because they have some batting depth. Uzaiman Tanvir is an all-rounder, one who can strike boundaries at will, and a few lusty blows could just lessen this required rate significantly.
Should take hold into 49, it does. He's already had 2 half centuries this season, but still much work for them to do. Half century that provides some value for the Vipers team. Third of the season for Max Holden, but it's one of those where you feel, apart from the personal landmark, the team requires him to go to the end at pace.
And he becomes the first batter to score over 300 runs this season. That is a symbol of his consistency and how much his team and teammates value him with the bat.
Very good over, just 4 off it from Adil Rashid. His work is done, 105 for 5.
Iskandar Raza very animated, directing proceedings out in the middle of ringing in the changes with his bowlers. Still got hope and belief.
Confirmation of the leaderboard and the green belt awarded to the best batter of the season, Max Holden. There at the moment, Jordan Cox, who played well last game, as well as Shayan Jahangir. Sam Curran in the hunt, as well as Mohammad Wasim. A final over now, though, for the impressive, very impressive Harmeet Singh. 36 required from the last 3 overs. Straight enough, good strike. Didn't think that he got there, got as close as he required, but he got it.
And before that ball was bowled, I was just wondering what the thought process is for Max Holden, having just achieved his landmark 3rd half-century this season. Was he going to play Harmeet out or take him on? And that question is answered.
This time Harmeet hasn't taken a wicket off the first ball of his over. It's as though he's home safely. It was a lot of hard work for one with that shot.
Smart replay confirms, not out. Good throw though. Tarek hit, a little too late. And that required rate still in double figures, so it means that they can't just take this, the 18th over, for granted. They must try to score in excess of 10. Don't backload the innings, and the last 2 overs with runs, that is going to pose a big challenge to score in limited number of balls. Hassan Nawaz, though, with 7 deliveries behind his name, so it'll be a tougher ask for him to find a boundary.
High and gone, required from Hassan Nawaz.
Brilliant. That's the courage required in the situation, and he delivers. Has grown a big reputation in a short space of time, Hassan Nawaz, but he hasn't really delivered consistently with the bat in season 4 DP World ILT20. Tonight might just be a classic from him.
Elicited smiles. How does Harmeet strike back? Because side of the ground, offside, remember. Goes to the offside. I think that's where you want to take the 6 out of the game to the right-handers. Now who bowls the next 2 after this? Ngarava. Richard Ngarava has 1. Siddiqui has options of a couple. Zagir has only bowled 1.
Hassan Nawaz missed out on the full toss that last ball, so that's something that you don't want to be doing as a batter at this stage with 24 required from 14.
Tight? No. Long legs of Hassan Nawaz. Gets home quite easily. The fielder sitting back on the ring.
It's a nice piece of bowling from Harmeet. You've seen all innings, Max Holden just give himself room to leg, to free his arms, recognizing that the line will be wicket to wicket. So he's trying to access the ball, trying to penetrate the field offside, but he can't do it on that occasion.
Well, a couple of those deliveries from well behind the stumps. That's how he got Jason Roy out as well. He just did it there again. Nice shot. Just 1, so it's the end of Harmeet's work for the night. Almost doubled his total in that last over. 119 for 5.
3 for 29. Must appreciate how the left-arm spinner has operated for his Warriors franchise. They were in a spot of bother. Then when he was introduced in that 12th over, he just changed the outlook of the game for his side with those 3 wickets.
Will be Richard Ngarava to bowl the penultimate over of the contest. These two know each other well, playing for Zimbabwe. Small side of the ground to the right-hander is offside. Much bigger side, leg side, 69 meters compared to 57. It's a side Richard wants him to try to take on with the pace off into the pitch.
It's such a conundrum for a bowler at this stage of the innings because you're thinking about the larger square boundary. You're also ruling yourself out of an option offside because of that short square offside boundary for the right-hander. Now it will change for the lefty, so plans has to be reconfigured.
He's played a lap shot, scoop shot once or twice in the innings when the short fine leg has been in Holden.
What a nice little goal for Ngarava at this stage of the innings is, of course, don't concede a boundary. If he can achieve that in the remaining 5 deliveries, then he supports that bowler who bowls the last over.
The backward point, they're trying to move him wider. Comes across and gets it to the small side. Important shot from Max Holden. 17 now required from 10.
And you can understand what Ngarava was trying to do. He was aiming for the Yorker. It was a pace-on delivery, just didn't nail the length. It was in the slot, but all credit to Holden, who's well set, just clearing that front leg and accessing the ball nicely. Didn't try to overhit it too. Great calmness in the situation from Holden.
I wonder if it is risk-reward going straight. I wonder if because he comes across, he could even go wider of the off stump, because the line moves to the big side. Square leg comes in. Mid on to long on. Outside the line. Gosh, he came across a long way. Trying to play that lap shot over the short fine, or over the square leg, in fact, because short fine had moved.
Pace was there for the stroke, 130 kilometers per hour. Just not enough bat on that occasion, outside the line too. So the LBW wasn't on for the Warriors.
Inspecting the ball. There's been a fair bit of moisture out there.
Make no mistake, Mr. Nawaz has the strength, the power, the technical ability to strike it long. He's got long levers, he's a tall man. Doesn't have a lot to think about because the situation requires him to show that ultra-aggressive outlook as a batter.
Good full length. critical couple of deliveries coming up. Whoever bowls that last over, whether it's Siddiqui or Sagir, can you give them something in the region of 12? Just picking a figure. Also, wicket now would be absolutely superb.
Well, Max Holden is thinking one thing. He is trying to get a boundary, trying to ensure that the Vipers have as little runs as possible in the last over. 15 from 8, a boundary here will bring that equation down for the Vipers.
Oh, gone for 4. Unfortunate, but most welcome for the Vipers and Holden. Just 11 required now.
That ferocious swing once more, not finding the center of the bat with that delivery. Just flying past short third. And the gesture suggests everything. Sikandar Raza now under the pump.
You have to accept that, I suppose, the frustration on Raza's face, because it's kind of where you plan to bowl with the batter coming across his stumps. You see him come across, so you look to drag him a little bit wider. I don't think there's too much wrong with the plan. On the outside edge and a short third, defeated. Just 110 to get. Do we have a super over up our sleeve tonight? 1-3-1 for 5.
12 runs from Ngarava last over. He's completed his spell, 1 for 30 from 4. Now over to his colleague to bowl the last 6 balls of the innings. Vipers, they need 10.
Tension here in Sharjah. Another 10 runs required from the last over. And the Warriors defend it. Junaid Siddiqui, local man, will be the one charged with trying to defend it. 3 deep fielders on that leg side boundary, deep backward square, mid-wicket, long on.
Also thinking about that next batter to come. Is it Kuzaima?
Good watching, good watching. Kept his eye on the batter all the way and adjusted his line and pace with it.
Zainab bin Tanvir padded up with helmet on, ready for action. He is a competitor. Not only with ball, he can strike it big and long. Naseem Shah as well with the pads on.
Wonder what's the option. There are options here for Siddiqui. He can go wide above stump. He's got a deep backward point, deep extra cover, long off. But he's also clever enough to keep his eye on the batter and see what he's doing. Wide above stump is one option. That is a bad delivery. It's a poor choice to go straight, but it is well struck. and much needed by Hassan Nawaz. Now 3 required.
I did say that Hassan Nawaz has got everything to finish a game out in this sort of situation. He's got the calmness, he's got a bit of database of knowledge playing in this format. He's so calm with this execution. That's long, that's a biggie.
I would say again that if the short side is leg side and the batter moves across, even at the cost of a wide early in the over, go wide of the off stump. Harder to hit a 6 offside, not impossible, but harder than leg side. There's 3 required. Finishes it with 2 lusty blows. Hassan Nawaz has come good. And the Warriors are now out of the DP World ILT20's 4th season. It's not been a great venture for them, but eyes on the Desert Vipers. Max Holden, and finally this tournament, Hassan Nawaz. A win by 5 wickets. And the Vipers continue their journey. First team to win 8 matches in the group stage of DP World ILT20.
Bit hard fought, you can say, for the Vipers in this run chase. It wasn't the largest of targets, but they made it quite difficult for themselves in the manner in which they played the first 6 overs. Only 28 runs in that phase. But once more, as we've seen all season, 2 players standing up and delivering. Max Holden in and amongst the runs, going past 300 for his tally this season. And a real classic from Hassan Nawaz. Another success for Sam Curran, the skipper. And smiles all around for the Vipers. They've stung hard tonight.
%100% record this season for Sam Curran. Team at the top of the table were expected to win this contest, but they had to put in the work. They fell behind through the excellence of Harmeet Singh with 3 wickets. But in the end, Max Holden held on, and Hassan Nawaz flexed here in Sharjah, and Sam Curran wanted confidence going into the playoffs. They got that. I would still argue about the execution of these last 2 deliveries, and I'd have to say it was poor given the dimensions of the field, but no patch of Hassan Nawaz.
Yeah, it came down to that last over. Once more, the Vipers showing its dominance over this opposition. It's the most consistent team in Season 4 DP World ILT20. The Vipers with a win once more, a win by 5 wickets.
Good moral boosting win for the Desert Vipers. 144 for 5. Hassan Nawaz 25 from 14. But it was Max Holden who held it together with 66 from 46, hitting his first 6 of the tournament tonight as well.
Bowling-wise, Sikandar Raza started very well. He was quite economical. And Garava also picked up an early wicket. They were 2 wickets down. The Vipers in the run chase for only 28 runs. You felt that the Warriors were onto something. Then a little partnership of 74 between the skipper Curran and Holden ensured that the Vipers batted themselves to safety and secured Yet another win, a win by 5 wickets.
Confirmation of the Desert Vipers maintaining their run in their last league game. 16 points to them. My Emirates have also qualified. Dubai Capitals in there as well. Sharjah Warriors can advance no further. Still a battle on for that 4th and final qualification. Max Holden on top of the table. May not have the power as some would like, but for the green belt, he is in sight of it. Jordan Cox will have his say. Sam Curran, Mohammed Wazeem as well. White belt points table, Waqar Salamkeel, who will be in action tomorrow for the best bowler. He's been outstanding, 17 wickets. And his teammate Mustafizur Rahman with 15. 6 wins in a row for the Vipers against the Warriors. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will have the presentation. ILT20. Back here in Sharjah, we have confirmation of the victory for the Vipers at the end of match 28. Warriors got to 140 for 7. Then the Vipers got there by 5 wickets with 3 deliveries to spare. Let's join Warriorz for the presentation.
Welcome to the post-match presentation. Another last over finish, and a thrilling finish goes in the favour of the Desert Vipers, who get the better of the Sharjah Warriors by 5 wickets. Now I'd like to start by thanking all the sponsors of the DP World ILT20 Season 4, DP World, 1xBat, Big Ticket, TCL, the Cycle Hub, Exchange On and Crypto Cash. Moving forward with the DP World ILT20, would also like to thank all the government organisations, stadium authorities and all those involved in the smooth conduct of these games. First award tonight is the Green Belt presentation. It goes to Max Holden. It goes for the best batter of the tournament and will be presented by Mr. Tom Moody. He's right up there in terms of runs. The Green Belt moves on and exchanges hands, goes to Max Holden. The next award is the DP World Dispatch of the Day, and we saw a few fly out of the ground tonight, and this one goes to Hassan Nawaz. He will receive a check of 1,500 and a trophy. He hit 3 of those tonight, but this was the winning runs. Big, huge 6 straight back past the bowler. Winning runs and in much style and fashion from Hassan Nawaz. He gets the award from Mr. Mazhar Khan, General Manager, Sharjah Cricket Stadium. I'd like to call upon the Sharjah Warriors captain, Sikandar Raza. They closed their season out, not quite the way they'd liked for it to go. And we listen into what the captain has to say. Sikandar, just not quite the tournament, the season you wanted. How would you like to sum it up? What are your thoughts on it?
Pretty much like what could go wrong went wrong. We lost a lot of our good players from, we have had 8 replacements this season, and I'm not saying the guys that came in weren't good enough. I think they were good enough. But just like I felt like we deserve to be where we are, because I do think we have probably played the cricket that doesn't deserve to qualify. I know we took it to the last game with a slight hope that we might have qualified, but the truth of the matter is that opposition, every time we have come across them, they have played slightly smarter cricket than us, and unfortunately we haven't adjusted to tough conditions. And we keep speaking about it, but the result wasn't there, and unfortunately we keep coming ourselves short every game.
You mentioned that obviously probably the quality of cricket or understanding games or winning key moments wasn't quite there, but somewhere along the lines, losing players and repeated players coming into and get used to new situations or new venues must be difficult as well.
No, it is certainly difficult for them, because the guys who stayed back, then there was a bit more responsibility on them, because we are used to the wickets. You cannot expect a new guy to come in after 5 or 6 games or 4 games and expect him to be that sort of a role or a match winner, because he also needs some time to adjust to these wickets, because it's tough. It's not those flat wickets where people comes and start scoring. If you look at it, I think 150 is probably a winning total on all the wickets we playing on, and average would come to. Unfortunately, we haven't even got to 150, and for me, that's the most hurting part, that we learn our lessons, yet we couldn't get that par total, which was 140. And every time we take the rate from 6, 7 to 9s and 10s, and unfortunately we haven't closed. This is the 4th game out of the 10th game we have played where the rate has gone to 10 and 11, and we haven't closed it.
All right, Skip, yes, this season comes to an end, but looking at next year, there were some positives to look out for. A few shout-outs to some of your players. Yeah,
certainly. I think Harmeet has certainly joined the squad and bowled really well. Adil Bhai has been outstanding the whole year. I think the whole bowling unit has been really outstanding. In the middle, there has been good innings from Abel, Roo, TKC, Jono here and there. Batters needs to be a bit more consistent, but I thought the bowling unit held themselves pretty high, and they can hold their heads high. That every game we were behind the total, I think we tried to make a game out of it. And more often than not, we actually did make a game out of it. So credit to all the bowlers. I thought they bowled really well during this tournament. Yeah,
you certainly did. You had a smile on your face throughout. Go well for the next season. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Rush. Thank you.
Sikandar Raza, the Sharjah Warriors captain, and now can I please call upon Sam Curran, the victorious captain for the Desert Vipers. Sam, 5 out of 5 under the captain's seal, enjoying it?
Yeah, and I think, really nice to get the win, especially going into our I guess, semi-final, you'd call it, and really looking forward to that. I thought it was a good performance. I thought we bowled really well. We adjusted to the conditions pretty well, and in the end, Maxi played really well, and then Hassan had some nice strikes to finish it off.
Now, you talk about the games that you've had. They've all haven't been one-sided wins. You've had a few tough ones that you've had to go through, even similar tonight, that partnership. How does it hold you in good stead come the qualifiers? Because now you have 2 bites of the cherry finishing at #1.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was good time that some other batters had some time in the middle tonight as well. I think our game's in Abu Dhabi, so the surface should hopefully be really good. And yeah, we'll watch tomorrow's game and see who we're going to come across and make sure our plans are really well set. And I think we've had a fantastic season. I think winning 8 games out of 10's, our coach said to us before the start that no one's ever done that in the ILT before, so we should be proud of that. And now we get 2 goes at what will hopefully be a fantastic end to the tournament.
All right, Sam, go well.
Cheers.
Great win tonight. And that is right. The Desert Vipers become the first team to win 8 games out of the 10 in the group stage. Moving on, the award for tonight is that for the player of the match. The winner gets a trophy and a check of USD 1,500, and the award goes to Max Holden. Brilliant innings, 65 not out of 46, 9 fours and 1 6. Green belt holder and the player of the match tonight as well. He gets his award from Miss Dishri Sharma, Sharjah Warriorz rep. Right, Max, plenty of praises from your skipper. Timely innings and, more importantly, a good partnership with Hassan towards the end.
Yeah, I think the guys really keen to get another win on the board last group game, obviously, and yeah, try and carry that momentum into the knockout stages. Yeah, we played some really good cricket all tournament, different guys standing up at different times, and yeah, Hassan was superb at the end there. Just yeah, 2 massive blows to get us over the line, and yeah, really pleased to get 8 wins in the group stage. I think that's the first time the team have done that. So yeah, that was a target at the start of the game, and yeah, the boys are really pleased with it.
Yeah, certainly the first time 8 wins out of 10. But in terms of an environment, you've got plenty of match winners around you, right? So we've spoken to Sam already about different conditions. How do you guys adapt, and does it give you a little bit of comfort to have sort of various match winners through the ranks to play around?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've got a lot of range of skills in our lineup, and yeah, a few of us have been together for a couple of years now, and yeah, know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and yeah, what we feel like whatever conditions we come up against, yeah, we're confident in each other's abilities to read the situation. You know, it's not always as straightforward as coming in and being able to smack it from ball 1 in these conditions. So yeah, you've got to assess it early, and yeah, we've got match winners all the way down. So yeah, full confidence in the group.
Well, the comms box had dibs on when you might hit your first 6. You become the player with the most amount of runs. Haven't hit a 6. One comes out tonight.
I know, yeah, nice short boundary for me tonight, so managed to chip one over. But yeah, I'll leave the 6 sitting to the other guys, I think.
But fair enough, Max. Brilliant match tonight, great innings and great win on this Sharjah Stadium as well.
Thank you. Cheers.
Max Holden, the player of the match tonight. The Desert Vipers secure that #1 spot, and we'll have 2 bites of the cherry. That's all we have from the presentation.
Congratulations to the Vipers. More action coming up tomorrow. Match 29, My Emirates versus the Dubai Capitals, and it's a chance for the Capitals that can get into that top 2. Who knows? Live from the Zayed Cricket Stadium, Abu Dhabi. Hope you've enjoyed it tonight. Look forward to your company for the next one.
Match number 28. Desert Vipers seem to have come out with vengeance this season after that loss in the finals in the last season, and that man Naseem Shah was rather crucial in restricting the Sharjah Warriors to 140. Their penultimate game in the league stage, they win it by 5 wickets. And when they came out to chase, it was a certain Max Holden that got them to the finish line. An incredible partnership in the end with Hassan Nawaz, that winning 6 by Hassan Nawaz, and they rather completed. But one thing about the DP World ILT20 Season 4 is that they too present thrillers. And their last game for these two teams in the league stage was no less. They needed 10 runs in the final 6. And indeed, it went in favour of the table toppers. The player of the match here with us, Max Holden, along with, of course, Andy Flower and Darren Ganga. Good evening, gentlemen.
Evening.
Well, Max, you must be very pleased with just the way the whole season has gone. 8 out of 10, the only team in all of ILT20 to be able to do so.
Yeah, I think the boys are delighted. Obviously set out at the start of the tournament with the aim of qualifying and obviously the end goal of trying to get in that top 2. We know the importance of that, about having a second crack, and I think the guys have gathered a lot of momentum through the group stages, and we were really motivated tonight to finish with a win, because we know the value in T20 cricket, and particularly this competition of getting on a little roll and keeping that momentum going. So we're really pleased to get us the win going into the game next week. So the boys are really pleased.
Well, if I just had to talk about your performance, you seem to have really enjoyed your day in the middle. But interestingly, you've taken 220 balls to hit 1/6. That's incredible.
Well, yeah, I know. It's not a great thing, I suppose, in T20 cricket, but
still, more than 200 runs, now more than 300.
Yeah, no, I think I'm pretty clear on my role in the side. I think, I guess 6 hitting's not my prowess, so I have to find other ways to be effective for the team. And we're lucky we've got a lot of good power in our batting lineup, and I'm really clear on my role. And hopefully I can add value to the side in other ways. And particularly in these conditions, sort of getting us a good start and allowing the guys with more power and that sort of thing to come in the end and finish the job. But it's nice to get 1/6 on the board at least.
There it is, Max. There it is.
I know, I think
the long boundary.
Yeah, it's a 90-metre boundary there at long on, I think. So it's flown over. But luckily it went.
Well done, mate. Must be really satisfying to be not out at the end of a chase there.
Yeah, definitely. I think, probably, the last couple of years, that's something I've really tried to improve in my game. I think there's been times where I've sort of done half the job and left it for other guys to finish. I think particularly in these conditions, it's never nice to come in and, start particularly against spin. So I think if you do get a chance to, get through that new ball and get yourself in and get used to the wicket, it's really important that someone sort of bats through to the end. And, like I said, then we know we've got a lot of power in the hutch to come in. So I saw that as my role. Once a few wickets fell, to make sure I was there and thereabouts at the end. And then, I felt if we batted the overs, we'd be close to their target. So pleased to be there.
Well, you were certainly there at the end, and well done on that. It's great when coaches and selectors and captains see someone being not out there at the end of chases. That little partnership with Hassan Nawaz towards the end of the match. Give us a little insight into the communication you had with Hassan there, because people underestimate the pressure that you're under to finish the game. It's one thing setting it up, another thing finishing it.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's such a good guy to have come in that situation. We were quite clear, and we didn't necessarily speak out much, but I think we both were quite clever against Rashid and the spinners. They knew they had a couple of overs left, and they were sort of the main threat on that wicket. So obviously try and get through those 4 overs, and we knew if we sort of backloaded for those last couple, Hassan in particular had enough power to get us over the line really, and he was really clear on his options. He's got such a beautiful swing. When he hits it, it stays hit. So it was a really good guy to have him come in at the other end and give the innings that impetus to get us over the line.
Now, Max, I'm keen to find out how your mindset changed from when you entered the middle in the chase, because you guys only scored 28 runs in the first 6. You lost 2 wickets, so you're behind in terms of the required rate. How did your mindset change from when you entered to when you close and finish the game at the end?
Yeah, I think you're key not to panic. I think there's been games so far this tournament from all the teams where it's not always got off to a quick start. Particularly sometimes back home in the UK, often that power play's even more important, and you see sort of higher scores. Whereas here, I felt almost backloading, keeping wickets in hand, and not panicking. Have been teams that have been most successful, and I was obviously pretty confident in our batting lineup. If we did keep guys in, that we'd have enough firepower to chase down their score really. So I think obviously giving yourself a chance to get through those first 10 balls, get used to conditions, and then perhaps be a bit more positive once you get in and get a partnership going. Sam obviously played beautifully at the other end, and a man of his experience, and he's always so calm in those situations. That sort of rubs off on me, and he sort of never panics. He's he's okay to soak up a few dot balls, because he knows we can catch up later in the game. And I think that's been I guess the theme of the tournament: try not to be 4 or 5 down in those first 10 overs, because then you're playing catch up all along.
Well, we were looking at you and your approach to batting it appeared as though you were giving yourself room many times. Your trigger was moving to leg to try and free arms to score through the offside. Was that quite intentional because of the conditions, or is that an approach that you use in T20 cricket, especially in the middle, to penetrate the fields?
Yeah, I've sort of used it the last couple of years, I guess here in this competition in particular, just to give myself, room to free my arms. Obviously, we've spoken about not always the most powerful player, so I've got to give myself, every chance to get the arms through it. But, also, I'm trying to I think I've been a bit predictable in some of the games doing that, so trying to, be flexible, not doing every ball and, not sort of shutting down other areas of the ground. I think it's a big, big sort of work on for me. I think even tonight, sometimes I got carried away with, looking for those options rather than just sort of assessing where the ball's coming and reacting to it, because I feel that's when I play my best is when I just sort of watch the ball and react to what's coming down without premeditating too much.
All right, well, Max, I wish you all the best. Desert Vipers looking like a really, really good team, playing like a team possessed. All the best for the playoffs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well done,
Player of the match and a very well-deserved one, more than 300 runs now, and that's what everything is clicking for Desert Vipers. Let's just talk about Desert Vipers, the batting first. How impressed are you with the batters, whether you've got a Dan Lawrence, a Sam Curran, or a Max Holden?
Yeah, well, Max touched on it very briefly there, and if he'd been able to stay a little longer, I would have asked him about his specific role. He didn't seem too perturbed by the fact that he wasn't a big six-hitter. Like one six out of 260 balls that he's faced, or 300 balls that he's faced in this tournament is extraordinary. But Tom Moody and James Foster, the director of cricket and head coach at Vipers, they must have made him feel comfortable with his role. And that's really important. When you're batting out there in the middle, you don't want to be looking over your shoulder thinking, what are the boys in the dugout thinking about the fact that I'm not hitting the ball like other people can. And so if his role is a type of anchor role, that's okay. In this tournament, the ball swung around. It hasn't been very, very easy batting in the ILT so far. So that role of having an anchor can be quite important, I think. And he's played it beautifully here tonight. 66 or 46 balls, that's top-class batting.
It indeed is, and to be in the leading run-getters of the tournament without hitting a single six, the one that only came out tonight, what does that say about the way he's constructed his innings throughout this tournament? Well,
it speaks volumes to the format of the game, because you would associate T20 cricket with batters bashing the ball off the ground. It says that there is room in this format for the classical type players, the guys who are able to dispel dot deliveries, because that's one of the major concerning factors in this game. I looked at when the Warriors batted, they consumed 60 dot balls. That's half the amount of overs in dots. And then even in the run chase, although the Vipers looked in control for the last 5 or 6 overs, they consumed 52 dots. So I don't know if the surface was a tricky one, something that we didn't really see with the naked eye, but it speaks to a player like Holden. In those sort of situations, when you have a challenging surface, a player like him, to ensure that he focuses more on the softer skills, the rotation of strike, it becomes more valuable than just hitting boundaries and getting out in a short space of time.
It indeed was a tricky run chase, and Max Holden, of course, played that role of an anchor that you were also talking about. But just talking about the bowlers, and there's no Lockie Ferguson, there is no Noor Ahmed, but tonight, Akais Ahmed with those 2 crucial wickets, spin comes into attack.
Yeah, so Noor Ahmed was very good for them at the start of this tournament, as you say. He's had to disappear, and Case Ahmed has taken over from him. Case is a very good performer. And wrist spin, we know in T20 cricket, is vitally important. This was Johnson Charles getting out after establishing a real excellent base for his innings. First ball to Sikandar Raza, who's a key performer for the Warriors with bat and ball. So he could easily have been the point of difference for the Warriors if he'd been able to stay in a while. He went first ball, and it was a lovely piece of bowling, perfectly delivered leg spinner. It gripped a little, it stayed low, as it does on the surface, and Raza, he missed it. And that skill that Case has got to bowl leg spin, googly, and be hard to read is exactly what you want for a wrist spinner. And he's stepped into Noor Ahmed's the vacuum that he's left, and that Noor Ahmed is one of the highest wicket takers in T20 cricket over the last 12 months. So to step into those shoes is not easy, and he's done it really well.
Yes, but interestingly, right in the beginning of our show today, you guys did a piece on how to play spin. The batter should. Clearly, Johnson Charles could have taken a clue from there, but didn't. That sweep went wrong for him.
Yeah, I mean, as Andy spoke to me, you know, in the commentary box, you have to premeditate when you're playing the switch. So he had at the back of his mind that option. It's just the execution was off. Credit to Case Ahmed, the line was wicket to wicket, and Johnson Charles just was too far outside the off stump. And he had to wait a little bit too, so that timing of the swing was off. Didn't really middle it because you're banking on hitting it off the middle of your bat to clear that infield. So he'll be disappointed that he didn't execute well because he's worked really hard in the last 6 or 8 months on this option and even sweeping the ball, because that's been a major concern for him. Batting beyond the power play, batting against good quality spin bowlers, and making sure that he builds on that momentum achieved in the power play. Once more, 40-plus score. He got out when they were, what, 79? If they were 79 for 3, and he batted probably 4 or 5 more overs, I'm sure that the Warriors could have gotten to maybe 160, which to me would be a winning score here.
But coming back to that shot that Johnson Charles hit, very quickly, Andy, your thoughts on it, because you gave us that masterclass. How could he have done better? How could he have countered it better?
Yeah, so he employs the complete switch. He turns his feet round and he changes his grip into a left-handed grip. So he's effectively playing like a left-hander for that one ball. He's learnt that shot over the last 18 months to 2 years and employed it with tremendous success, actually. So it's hard to be too harsh on him. He puts spin bowlers under a lot of pressure because he's a very strong man. He turns like that, plays left-handed, and if that goes anywhere near the middle of the bat, it doesn't only go over that infield where he holed out, but it goes over the boundary and a long way. So some you win, some you lose. He gambled today and he lost. And the responsibility that you carry with you is that you put your side into a spot of bother as well. And those are the harsh realities of the game.
All right, plenty of harsh realities for that matter for Sharjah Warriors. They'd look back this season, they'll be a little disappointed with it, but next season probably come up with a better plan. On the other side, Desert Vipers for sure will have a plan cut out for themselves in the playoffs. Very quickly, our contest winners. These are the winners from match number 27. It's time to announce the winners of Vidhi Smart TV presents Jalva Dikhao and Power contest from the previous match. Congratulations to all the winners for showing amazing Jalva and winning exciting rewards from Vidhi Smart TV, a smart TV that has it all, the youth entertainment brand. So don't miss your chance in the next match, because with Vidhi Smart TV, Jalva Dikhao, Inam Pow. And thank you so much for joining our broadcast as well, but there's plenty more. Darren, thank you so much for joining us. Andy, please stay with us, but we'll take a short break here. On the other side, we discuss, of course, that all-important match tomorrow in Abu Dhabi, but more on what could have the Sharjah Warriors done better this tournament. You stay tuned. Welcome back to Cricket Safari, and it was match number 27 where the Desert Vipers have won again. They've now won 8 out of 10 league stage matches now. A quick look at the numbers that dictated the match tonight. Well, you had the Vipers who won the toss, selected to bowl. The Warriors came out to bat. You had a certain Johnson Charles, 43 of 37. James Drew, important innings there, 22 of 20. Burl, 21 not out, but it was the bowlers from the Vipers who stole the show. 3 wickets for Naseem Shah. Kes Ahmed took 2 and Payne with 1. When the Vipers came out to bat, it was Max Holden, an incredible knock by the man, 66 not out, and of course out there Hassan with that winning 6, getting the Vipers home with yet another victory, and that's 6. They needed 10 in the last 6, another thriller. Hello and welcome, Mikey.
How are you doing?
Very well. How have you been?
I'm good, thank you. I'm just delighted to see these thrillers all the time. It's just wonderful. I've never been involved in a tournament where there's been so many last over finishes, but then you take it even further and it's like almost down to the last 1 or 2 balls. It's just been unbelievable stuff.
Indeed it has, and especially these low-scoring totals have provided quite an appetite for the viewers to watch. Especially, let's just talk about how they restricted them to 140. Naseem Shah for you tonight, how special was he?
I was very pleased for him because, he hasn't been at his best, and I think he's running hot and cold a little bit, but I thought he did a really good job today. And he took responsibility. Obviously, there's no former captain.
Well, you didn't have Lockie Ferguson.
Of course, yeah. So someone had to step up, and Naseem Shah actually took that quite nicely. I thought he bowled very nicely.
He indeed did, and especially that particular Yorker to sort of dismiss James Drew. How special was that?
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a beautiful Yorker, wasn't it? Speared right in. James Drew was playing really nicely. I think he scored 22 of 20 balls, and he was in a position just to launch. And so a speared-in Yorker like that is exactly what you're wanting from your primary fast bowler. But even more impressive than that, I thought, was his first over went for 18 today. And then he came back with that, I mean, that's a beautiful Yorker, but he came back with that lovely slower ball, which got Tom Kohler-Cadmore. That was the first ball of his second over. So to come back after getting belted around the park, and it's not often fast bowlers will bowl a slower ball first ball of the over. They're usually trying to establish themselves in the over with hard length or perhaps whistle a bouncer through. But he completely did Tom Kohler-Cadmore with that slower ball, and that was one of the turning points in the game.
It's also not something he's been a strong player of. Sometimes he goes off the ball, he gets some tap in the first over, he doesn't necessarily come back stronger. That tends to be a bit of an issue for him to actually get it back on track. So the fact that he came back so strong was really important for the Vipers.
Indeed, and the fact that he's just clicking at the right time. He is a lethal bowler, but more importantly, the poster boy of Pakistan cricket. Here is his story.
जहाँ से मैं ताल्लुक़ रखता हूँ ऑब्वियसली वहाँ पे क्रिकेट का कोई फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं थे उस टाइम. मेरे अब्बू भी क्रिकेट के ख़िलाफ़ थे क्योंकि उनको मुझे डॉक्टर या इंजीनियर बनाना था. क्रिकेट के लिए स्पेशली लाहौर शिफ्ट हुआ. काफ़ी मुश्किल से मेरा एक कभी दोस्त भाइयों के तरह है, तो उन्होंने मेरे अब्बू से इजाज़त ली थी कि इनको आप मेरे पास छोड़ दो एकेडमी में. अगर ये 2-3 महीनों में सेलेक्ट नहीं होता फिर आप वापस स्कूल भेज देना. वो टर्निंग पॉइंट था कि बस मेरे पास ये 3 महीने हैं, मैं जो भी हो जाए सुबह शाम मन नहीं देखना, मैंने बस ये ट्रायल में जाके सेलेक्ट होना है क्योंकि स्कूल नहीं जाना दोबारा. मुझे जब अब्बू ने इजाज़त ली, मतलब जब मुझे इजाज़त मिली और मैं क्रिकेट खेला हूँ, तो आई थिंक उसके बाद सिर्फ मेरे भाइयों के लिए नहीं रास्ता खुला, वहाँ पे सारे लोगों के लिए रास्ता खुला. ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 15 to 10 ऐसे फास्ट बॉलर या बैटर्स हैं जो उस गांव से अभी खेल रहे हैं, क्योंकि उसके बाद रास्ता ऐसे खुल गया कि पेरेंट्स ने इजाज़त देना शुरू की अपने बच्चों के कि हाँ आप लोग अगर खेलना चाहते तो खेलो. मैं ऑलवेज़ थैंकफुल होता हूँ कि जो चीज़ें लाइफ में मुझे अल्लाह ने दी हैं, और कुछ ऐसा भी टाइम था जिसमें मैं सोचता था कि आई डोंट नो ये कैसे गुजरेगा, लेकिन खूबसूरती वक्त की ये है कि गुजर जाता टाइम. एक जो कैरियर का पीक होता है वो अभी मेरा बाकी है. काफ़ी भी जो मेरे इंजरीज ऐसे आए कि जिसकी वजह से आपको लगता है कि आप अपने वो पीक पे जाने के करीब होते, वहाँ पे आपको इंजरी आती है, लेकिन जो मुझे लगता है कि जो मेरी बेस्ट क्रिकेट है वो अभी तक मेरे अंदर बाकी है। क्रिकेट के फील्ड में आप कभी उस तरह के स्मार्ट नहीं हो सकते। जब भी आप अपने आप को स्मार्ट समझो तो समझो आपका हो गया काम। क्रिकेट आपको कुछ ना कुछ सिखाते हैं।
What an incredible story. His father was against him playing cricket. He wanted him to become an engineer, a lawyer. But now that he plays cricket, he's opened the doors for his brothers as well. That is what is called as leaving behind a legacy. But Andy, you've been one of the most successful coaches in the cricketing fraternity. Has a story like that has come, you've come across, really, really touched you?
Well, it was lovely to listen to him talk there. And that might be quite a typical Pakistan fast bowler story that he's telling there, actually. But there were two points there where I really agree with him. Firstly, if you get complacent, this game really does bite you on the butt. So it's nice for a young man to realise that early, because that'll stand him in really good stead and keep him sharp through his career. And the other thing that he said was, I don't think I've peaked yet. And I completely agree with that. He hasn't peaked yet. He played by Pakistan very early on in his career.
16.
At 16, I think he went to Australia as
I think he did,
as a young fast bowler, which is quite something to take on. And I think those experiences early are going to serve him in really good stead later in his career. He hasn't peaked yet. You saw that slower ball this evening. You see him taking on the role of the lead fast bowler in whatever teams he plays with in franchise cricket. And I think his graph is an upward graph at the moment. So it's really exciting. It's going to be exciting to watch his career. And I really liked his demeanour there. It was humble, yet strong and clear.
He's always been like that too, which is great. He's always looking to learn all the time and that sort of stuff. I've known him for a few years now, and he's just a really good kid. He's one of those guys. I'd imagine the change room, he'd be a nice influence in the change room with some of those younger boys coming through, and you hear those sort of stories. I mean, it's just terrific stuff and really nice.
Right, and definitely comes across in his game as well. Now, a quick reminder that from here, we will head to Abu Dhabi tomorrow. And there's a lot riding on that particular game as well. You've got the My Emirates, the one team that has won 4 on the trot, taking on the defending champions. It is going to be Dubai Capitals. They won 3 on the trot. Both these teams have got winning momentum, but more importantly, what they're looking forward to is a top 2 finish and that all-important extra chance to the finals. My Emirates versus Dubai Capitals. Which way is your heart leaning?
Well, My Emirates, they've been flying recently. I think they look very powerful. They're very well led by Pollard. Dubai Capitals, I think, have had their challenges, and they've had that new captain in Dasun Shanaka taking over from Sam Billings. So that's been quite a tricky task for him. So all kudos to them for getting back up and challenging for that number 2 spot. That's a big game tomorrow. There's a vast difference between having 2 bites at the cherry and not. So really, a really big game. Looking forward to watching it.
And the Emirates have lost a bit of power in the batting lineup as well. So Paran's not there, so he's lost a bit of power there. So I think it's going to be a fascinating game to watch. I think that, I mean, for me, I really think that the Capitals are the side that will win this game tomorrow and go to second spot. And that's great, getting two bites of the cherry, 2 grabs of the apple, as they say. And good luck to them getting that. Such an important position. Nice to see there's so much on the go for that game as well, and such a big game with 2 really good sides.
We've got 2 more games remaining in the league stage. Tomorrow is for the top 2 finish. The last one is for that final spot. So how incredible it is to see that the DP World ILT20 season fall to the very last game doesn't have a stopper. But thank you so much, gentlemen. Thanks a lot for joining us. We will see you tomorrow, Abu Dhabi, same time. You stay tuned. There's plenty more to watch in this.